5 personnel. Next slide, please. Under the Exports and Investment Program, 962 million is allocated to support trade promotion activities, LEAP initiatives, and overseas allowances for foreign trade service offices. The budgets of the regular programs of our Export Marketing Bureau and the Foreign Trade Service Corps are embedded in the fund of Org Outcome 1 Exports and Investment Development Program. An additional 387.6 million is allocated for the continued implementation of activities related to the formulation of strategic plans, programs, and policies on exports and investments, as well as the development, facilitation, and promotion of exports and investments, both domestic and foreign. These activities are carried out through the following regular programs: investment promotion, export promotion, strategic partnerships, commercial intelligence and policy, export assistance, exports information, communication, advocacy, and capacity building, Philippine Export Development Plan, business matching missions, and activities, Philippine Export Competitive Programs. Next page, please. Okay, the budgets of the regular programs of our EMB and the Foreign Trade FTSC are embedded in the Fund for Org Outcome 1, Exports and Investments Development Program. Tier 1 total FTSC is 273 million. FTSC is committed in assisting foreign investors to promote Philippines as a premier investment destination, as well as assisting exporters and foreign buyers during outbound mission, trade shows, fairs, and activities. Then the regular budget of EMB is only at 58.45 million. The Bureau is mandated to formulate, implement, and monitor programs, plans, and strategies pertinent to the development, promotion, and expansion of Philippine export, conduct research on new products development, and to identify domestic supply base for exportable products. Next slide, please. Under the Industry Development Program, the MOOE amounting to 381 million supports key initiatives such as the Tatak Pinoy, the implementation of the Internet Transaction Act, the operational requirements of the Film Academy of the Philippines, the Philippine Halal Industry Development Program, Go Local, Malikain Pinoy, and the regular programs. Meanwhile, 179.5 million is allocated for activities related to the formulation of strategic plans, programs, and policies to develop competitive industries. The Philippine Quality Award guides the MSMEs in managing organizational performance and ensures sustainability and growth of the organization. Domestic Bidder Certificate of Preference Program, this grants local businesses a competitive edge over foreign bidders by providing from 15% to 25% margin of preference. Malikain Pinoy, this is actually part of the creative industry that we really want to push. Industry Cluster Enhancement Program, this is the 8th National Priority Industry: rubber, coffee, cacao, cocoa, coir, processed fruits and nuts, wearable and home styles, bamboo, and palm oil. These are getting popular now, especially in the global stage. The Tatak Pinoy strategy, this aims to increase industry productivity, produce high-quality products, create jobs, and strengthen economy. We will be using the Tatak Pinoy to really promote Philippine products, both locally and globally. And if it has a trademark na Tatak Pinoy, kahit pa paano, it's something that we can be proud of. Then the implementation of RA 10697, or the Strategic Trade Management Act, STMO, which performs the registration and licensing, outreach, and enforcement functions pursuant to RA 10697. So companies and individuals engaged in the trade of strategic goods should first classify their items using the National Strategic Goods List. Okay, next. It's the budget for the Industry Development Program Fund, the regular programs of our Competitiveness and Innovation Group, Supply Chain and Logistics Group, as well as the International Trade Group, all embedded in the fund for Org Outcome 2. Okay, I've already mentioned the Philippine Quality Awards, no? Okay, next slide. Wait, is this the one?
MSME development. Yes.
Yeah, MSME development program. Bulk of the budget goes to the implementation of rapid growth or the rural agro enterprise partnership for inclusive development, shared service facility program, and the negosyo centers. Other key activities include the formulation of strategic plans, programs, and policies on the MSME development. The activities are supported by the following programs: the domestic trade fairs, which have already shown a lot of potential; the business name registration, madami na rin nagre-register as a single proprietorship, and as they grow, they become SEC now. Then the One Town, One Product, MSME Development Program for Agrarian Reform Communities, MSME Development Plan, Youth Entrepreneurship Program, Kapatid Mentor Me Program, the Green Economic Development Program, Itaas ang Pinay. Okay. What else? Next slide, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to know how many more pages will be presented, because actually all of us have been given through
Okay.
copies electronic.
Actually,
and also
madami
now.
pang pages. So if you have any questions, it's
Yes.
better for us to just
Yes,
answer the
I think
questions
better because there are
correctly.
many who will be asking
Yes,
questions.
better. Kasi I'm sure you have na rin a background on all of these things. that
Yes,
we're
so I
saying.
move, Mr. Chair, that we go ahead with our questions
Yes.
from our members who are present. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we invite questions from the members, can we have a short presentation of the BUR, the budget utilization rate of the department?
You have the budget. Can we present it already? Okay, here it is already. Okay,
You-
yes, yeah. Okay, for the agency-specific budget, we have a utilization rate of 90%. For the RLIP, 98%. For the MSME, RF, 97%. For the Special Purpose Fund, which is 96%. And then for the unprogrammed, of course, the rapid growth, 69%. Then the continuing appropriation, 91%. And the agency-specific budget, 91%.
Okay, thank you to our secretary. Since there's a lot of, since the members are already provided with a copy of the presentation, the committee invites questions from the members, particularly on the utilization of the previous budget and proposed allocation for fiscal year 2026. Secretary Cristina A. Roque and her team are requested to provide the necessary clarifications and to respond directly to the issues at hand to ensure that this committee and the public following this proceeding are fully informed of the anticipated impact of the proposed budget of the DTI and its attached agencies and corporations. May I remind our distinguished colleagues that each member is allotted 5 minutes for questioning or interpellation, excluding the responses of the resource persons. When you hear the first bell, it indicates that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your questions. The second bell signifies the lapse of your allotted time. In accordance with the long-standing and respected tradition of the House of Representatives to accord preferential treatment to the minority members, followed by the independent and majority members in an alternating manner. The chair now recognizes from the minority, Honorable Rene Co.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my distinguished colleagues and the Department of Trade and Industry and all its attached agencies. This representation shares yung kagustuhan natin na lumago yung mga pambansang industriya natin. Gusto natin na may kakayahan na makatayo sa sariling paa yung mga industriya natin, no? And I'd like to focus on yung transport industry natin, no? Lifeblood yung mga jeepneys, modes of public transportation sa ating vast network of roads dito sa Pilipinas. And it goes to show na sa kabataan, no, sa mga Pilipino, invested kami sa kakayahan ng mga local manufacturers na makapag-produce at makapag-provide ng necessities ng transport system natin. So may budget po ba para sa pagpapataguyod ng mga tunay na local na manufaktura ng mga sasakyan for NEP 2026 po?
Good morning, Congresswoman Rene Co. I would like to pass the to Yusek Raquepo. He'd be the one to explain the programs for this for your question po. He's from the Cooperative Development Authority.
Good morning, Your Honors, to the Chair, morning, and to our esteemed Secretary of the DTI. As far as the CDA is concerned, we do not have any budget for assistance to local manufacturers of modern jeeps, Your Honor. But instead, we are assisting technically cooperative transport organizations in terms of management as well as in terms of their financial capability to handle the finances of their cooperatives, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, bakit po walang programa para sa pagtataguyod ng mga lokal na manufaktura ng sasakyan? Alam naman po natin yung krisis sa trapiko, no? Bakit po wala?
Actually, for the bigger players, no, let's say Francisco Motors and others, we have incentives for them. They qualify for either PEZA or BOI. In fact, meron silang, I'll pass you to, is Yusek, who? Edife. Wala si Yusek Perry. Okay. Edife here to actually explain to you the different incentives that we give to the local manufacturers of transportation.
Thank you, Your Honors. For the BOI, we actually have the CARS program, and it is aimed at improving the industry in terms of the manufacture of the vehicle, and we provide incentives. Second, the fund will also cover the improvement in terms of the parts manufacturing. And then in the SIPP, we also provide incentives to manufacturing. So those are the program of BOI in terms of developing the industry for the cars. In addition to the cars program, we also have the race, which is essentially taking off from the cars and with the same incentives, but with different terms and conditions. But this program, the race, has not been started yet, unlike the CARS program, which is already in its latter part of implementation. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, pupunta rin po tayo doon sa CARS program. Thank you po for mentioning it. Kasi po, as you mentioned, since 2015 pa po yung CARS program, specifically implemented through Executive Order 182, kung saan sa pauna, binigyan po ng 27 billion in subsidies sa loob ng 6 na taon ang 3 internationally recognized car makers na may proven global track record at under existing multinational operations. Mr. Chair, meron po bang mga local na manufacturers na makakapasa sa gantong minimum requirements?
Congresswoman Arenino, merong actually program also and incentives given for local manufacturers that are also moving towards the electric vehicle. So, yun din ang isang ano natin, no? And then also for the public transport, na EV, meron din incentives given to them.
Is this under the CARS program po?
No, this is not under the CARS program, but they can avail of it through the Create More Act.
Okay, thank you. Noted po yun, Mr. Chair. But in regards to the CARS program po, pwede po bang ma-enlighten yung body dito? Sino po ba yung beneficiaries ng CARS program?
Essentially, there are two car manufacturing companies which avail of the incentives under the program, and this will be Toyota and Mitsubishi. And as far as the industry is concerned, these are the companies that have established operation in the country, and therefore the BOI and the DTI believes that supporting these two players which complied with the requirements under the program would also result to additional employment, and of course we want the backward linkages in terms of the manufacturing of parts, and therefore at the end of the day, ultimately we increase the value adding in the manufacturing industry in terms of the car parts manufacturing also. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yun din siguro yung crux of the matter, Mr. Chair. Dahil po, bakit sa halip na pondohan yung mga lokal na industriya gamit yung buwis ng taong bayan, ang popondohan ay yung mga industriya o mga kumpanya na malago na, dayuhan pa.
Honorable Congresswoman, actually for part of the CARS program, what it states there is they need to support the local MSMEs, meaning part of the parts of that car must come from local industries. So yun yung main part through ng CARS program. In the CARS program, only 2 were able to avail of the slot, no? But in the RACE program, which is almost going to be implemented, more than 2 na po ang pwedeng mag-avail doon. And then part of the requirement is for them to be able to buy a certain percentage of the parts from the local manufacturer. So yun po yung naging contribution ho nila sa industry.
Mr. Chair, since na-mention na po yung RACE, no, which is the Revitalizing Automotive Industry for Competitive Enhancement Program, in a article from the from PNA, na-mention noong February, no, na it will be implemented by a joint administrative order. Nasa na po ang joint administrative order for the RACE program? Is it available na po ba?
Actually, we're almost going to implement it already. We're just fixing some other things, we just need to get some information. Pero we're really moving to that kasi we want more companies to avail. Kasi like Francisco Motors and other local companies have also expressed their interest to really avail of this program. So may inaayos lang na mga additional information, but definitely the CARS program will be moved to the RACE program kasi syempre through the years, di ba, we also want to at least parang improve yung mga program. So from CARS magiging RACE na siya.
So, wala pa pong joint administrative order. So, ang next question ko po, kung wala pang guidelines, bakit po pinopondohan na po ito sa NEP 2026?
Hindi, meron na pong guidelines. We're just adding some, I'm not totally familiar with the final, no, but we've already actually put down a lot of may konting na lang na tinatapos.
Is this available na po ba to the public or to the companies na gusto pong mag-avail through the RACE program? Can we have a copy po ba, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we'll give you a copy, Honorable Chair. We've already discussed this with the different companies that's the stakeholders that may want to avail of this program. So, na-discuss na po nila. So, usually we do naman a consultation. So, there's like a back and forth and then may mga ibang lang.
Would it be possible po ba to receive a copy of the guidelines
Yes, we'll
today?
give you. Sige, we'll give you the guidelines today and then I can explain it to you further. Yung mga konting ano na lang tweak. Pero that was supposed to be done, you're correct, a few months ago. But meron lang ibang ano that we want to also at least give these local manufacturers para yung mga parts ng cars ng mga kotse nila, they can really get from the local MSMEs.
We appreciate that, Mr. Chair, but we'd like to manifest po no na ideally before guidelines are being implemented, they're already released publicly so that the public are able to scrutinize po yung parts of the for the administrative order or whatnot bago po siya ma-implement. Siguro po yung next question po, dahil hindi pa siya publicly available, meron beneficiaries na po ba yung RACE program?
If I may, Your Honors. So right now, the Secretary is correct. There's no guidelines yet. In fact, the JAO is currently being coordinated among agencies concerned. So insofar as the application, it has not been opened yet. But just to add that in terms of even the cars and for this race program, it's actually open to both foreign and Filipino. So it's not something that is tailor-fitted to any just two companies, but the program is designed so that other players can avail of it. So both for cars and the race. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, na-mention po na nagkaroon na po ng discussions with companies in relation sa sinong pwedeng beneficiaries. Can I ask po, sino na po bang publicly nagpahayag na gusto nilang sumali sa RACE program?
So far, well, I think the existing players, I would say maybe Toyota and Mitsubishi, but again, just to emphasize, the program is not limited to only these two companies. So the program is designed for everyone in the industry. Maybe that is what I should say insofar as this program is concerned. So just to correct the impression that this is not just for foreign or for big companies, but in fact it is open to everyone. So it's the industry in totality. Thank you, Your Honors.
Magiging eligible po ba yung truly local automotive manufacturers? Ano pong encouragement yung ginagawa ng DTI para makasali po sila sa RACE program?
Just like the CARS program, what we do is really promote the program, and it is something that is open and transparent. So once the guidelines or once the JAO is signed and the guidelines is formulated, then it will be disseminated to the industry players, because after all, that is the reason why we're doing this program. It is for their availment. So it will be open to those companies that will qualify under the program.
We're looking forward to that po dahil kung Toyota and Mitsubishi na naman po yung magiging mga beneficiaries and hindi magkakaroon ng mga local beneficiaries, ang mukha po no to this representation ay patuloy na hindi nakakapag-unlad po ito ng local industry. Mukhang nangyayari ay kukuhanan yung pera ng bayan, ibibigay bilang ayuda sa mga malalaking dayuhang negosyo. So siguro I'd like to one last question before I move on to siguro the second round po. Bakit po mas malaki yung proposed budget ng CARS and RACE kaysa sa mga regular programs po ng DTI-BOI?
Well, I think based on the proposed budget of BOI, we've increased our budget in the industry promotion and investment promotion. These two are the main operational functions of the BOI. So I would not say that the budget of CARS and the RACE is bigger than those two main functions of the BOI.
Kasi po, from the budget items, mukha pong the RACE is provided 250 million pesos. And mukhang the continuous fiscal support arrearages for CARS is at around 225 million pesos. So if you total this up, mukhang 575 million pesos. So it's a lot po.
Yes po, Your Honor. If you'll note, the budget on the CARS program pertains to the arrearages. So it means that, ang government po owes these companies actually. So, but in terms of operation for new projects, then I would say that the budget of BOI is really geared towards investment promotion and industry development. And for that matter, if we're talking of CARS program or even the race, it is actually part of the industry development program. So it's not something that is independent of what we're doing. If we look at the operation of BOI, it is really geared at developing the industry. And to do that, we come up with programs and we do investment promotion. So that's how it is in terms of the operation of BOI. So again, the value in the budget of CARS is basically the arrearages.
But it's still support. And siguro for this representation, it's ironic that Marcos Jr. says that it's trying to move away from car-centrism. And inadmit niya rin mismo sa kanyang recent discussions na dahil sa traffic, 1.3 trillion kada taon ang cost ito sa economy. And 3.5 billion kada araw ang nawawala sa araw-araw, kada araw, no? So, last question po, paano po naging economically sound yung mamuhunan sa mas marami pang kotse?
Last question po.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Mula sa mga foreign manufacturers pa, kung titindi pa ito sa traffic at sa makatwid, magko-cost pa ito sa economy?
Honorable Chair, actually when they purchase cars, no, a bulk of that goes to buying the parts from the smaller parts from the MSME. So the bigger players, let's say Toyota, Mitsubishi, they're the ones that sell. Although we have others. Encourage other companies to join. Sila lang yung gusto mag-join doon sa cars. Dito sa race, we've opened it to everyone. So, syempre, pag malakas magbenta ang, let's say, Toyota, Mitsubishi, yung mga parts nila, madaming binibili from the local MSME. So, nag-grow din po ang local car parts industry. And then, syempre, the more, kahit sa repair also, dun rin, since madami itong brands na to, madami din ang local MSMEs na nasusustain din po. In fact, when we talk to these big players, there's really a percentage na dapat ibili sa local MSME. So even in the race program, ganun din po yung way, no, that they actually buy a percentage, actually malaking percentage to the local MSMEs na nasusuportahan nila.
Be that as it may, this is still all in the framework of supporting a car manufacturing na industry. And it's still hindi in line doon sa sinabi ni Marcos Jr. na we're moving away from a car-centric form of traffic. But thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, for the time. I yield the floor po.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ko. Question lang kay Representative Ko. You have a request to have a copy of the joint administrative order. Since it's not yet publicly available, do you still want a draft of the joint administrative order for the race program?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
We will get it.
Okay. Please furnish a copy of the joint administrative order to the committee and also the draft po to this committee and to Representative Ko po.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you po. Next in line po from the majority, Representative Ryan Recto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Christine and the whole DTI team, thank you for your time today po and coming to Congress and giving the presentation. I just have an inquiry po about the Malikhaing Pinoy program, about the creatives industry. Ma'am, you mentioned a while ago that it is a priority, and correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned a while ago that it's a priority industry this year. However, upon checking the budget, its MOE decreased from 100 million last year to 50 million this year. Correct me if I'm wrong with the figures. And the deductions have been consistent. Noong 2023, it had a budget of 360 million pesos. Then 2024, it was reduced to 200 million pesos. And again, this year, for next year rather, reduced again. However, the creative economy has been increasing naman, 8.7% in growth, which is roughly 1.94 trillion of the nation's total GDP in 2024. So I guess, can the Secretary and the team please provide a clear explanation for this budget reduction, especially since a new dedicated funding source exists, that being the digital taxes law, in which case 5% of incremental VAT revenue is exclusively allocated for the development of creative industries. I would like to get your thoughts on that, Ms. Secretary and the whole team po.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Congressman Recto. I've been in this in the DTI for 1 year, and maybe in the previous leader, the trust was not the creative industry. But for now, for my term, the thrust is the creative industry, because I feel that the creative industry is where we excel. So we must push this, because in others, let's say digitalization and all other industries, we're not on top. But for the creative industry, I feel that we can use this as a driver for trade and tourism, the same way Korea has done it and other countries have done it. So it's just a matter of priority. That's why maybe it was given budget before and then it kept getting less and less and less, because that was not the push during that leadership. But for now, creative industry is we're going to be pushing the creative industry. We've already tried it by using our aces, let's say in the fashion, to bring them outside, and then we realized that the people, there's really a response for it, and there's really a market for it, and we can use it to get people to know about the Philippines. So for the Malikaing Pinoy, we're pushing it. In fact, we have an event on August 28th, and we're promoting not just, of course, the usual weavers and all this stuff, but we're also doing on the creative, on that digital landscape, so that they also see that kahit papano we're already globally relevant, or we can also adapt to the global world. Our artists are known, painters, our fashion designers, our anime artists, our game designers are really known already worldwide. So we feel that this is a way for us to really get our country out there. And then for next year, since we're sharing the ASEAN 2026, the creative economy and the creative industry is also where we're putting a lot of effort on also. Kasi we need to put out our aces. So that's one of our aces also.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. If you'd like to collaborate on projects like that, please do not hesitate to let me know, ma'am. And I know a couple of my colleagues are interested in supporting the creative economy as well here. So thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the offer, and thank you, Honorable Congressman.
On to my next question lang po about online selling and BMBEs. First question lang po, ma'am. I would just like to clarify, do all who earn income through online selling, should they register with the DTI and by extension the BIR?
Yes, you are correct. For the online selling, they must be compliant. They have to be registered, and they have to be compliant with the different permits of the government, whether with DTI or with other departments. So this is a must. But of course, in reality, sometimes or oftentimes they only have the business name, but they don't have other departments requirements. So now we're having a whole government approach, on really pushing to make sure that all of these people that sell online are compliant. Yes, yeah, because of course we already understand the taxes are not being paid, or they have some, let's say, some requirements that are not being done. Like for us in DTI, we have already started the trust mark because there's a lot of goods being sold online that are below standards. So the DTI enforces, monitors all of this. But how can we assure the public that what they're buying is actually what is delivered to them? So we have established now a trust mark. I can forward you to ASEC Marcos to discuss the whole program of Trustmark. So now we will want that sellers to avail of this Trustmark. So when you see the Trustmark of the DTI on the goods sold, online, then you'll say na, kahit pa paano na-check ito ng DTI. Because we really try to monitor and enforce. But, of course, we can't control everyone, especially private sector, ang mga online platforms na to. So, I'll give the floor to ASEC Marcos to discuss the Trustmark, which we are really pushing aggressively.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Trustmark, we recently launched this. The main purpose is to guarantee the opportunity of redress for our consumers, because normally when you buy from an online merchant, you don't know where the merchant is located, you don't know how to contact the merchant, you don't know how to file your redress in case there's a complaint as to warranty or the quality of the product. So we are focusing on that, giving the opportunity for the consumer to have the opportunity for redress. But currently, the Trustmark program, on its face now, it's still voluntary because we understand that majority of the online sellers are in the household, and we want them to catch up on the system. But eventually, per the Internet Transactions Act, the online merchants, they do have to register with the DTI e-commerce bureau, and it is the Trustmark that we will use as the registration mechanism for all these online merchants.
Thank you for that question, and I fully agree with consumer protection, hence the need for a Trustmark. Do online sellers, for the sake of an example, I used to have a friend who she bakes mini cupcakes, but she's the only one operating it. Can she be qualified as a BMBE under the Barangay Micro Business Enterprise? Can she be qualified as that in line with your push to support MSMEs po? And by my understanding, BMEs are exempt from, they have tax exemptions, they're exempt from paying minimum wage. However, they must still comply with SSS, GSIS if they have employees, in addition to getting loans as well.
Yes, Honorable Congressman. No, I'll pass you to Undersecretary Bless. I'll finish. The e-commerce platform is actually, we encourage the MSMEs to use the e-commerce platform. Number one, it's the cheapest way for them to be able to sell. Number two, we are 7,600 islands. So the only way for us to be able to really move the products is to use the e-commerce platform. But we need to be also very responsible when we use the e-commerce platform. So for DTI, we're really strictly regulating this, as there are a lot of substandard products that are already being sold. And of course, like you say, the home-baked products. So regarding the BMBE, I would like to turn the floor to Undersecretary Bless Lantayona, who can discuss this further.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, as long as the asset size of that company is 3 million and below.
Thank you, ma'am. And just a quick follow-up to that po. With regards to that hypothetical example I posed a while ago, would they be, I'm assuming they'll be considered as BMBE, and so they'll have to register under that. quick question lang po. How much do BMBEs contribute to the economy? I know po they're a part of MSMEs, but do you have a specific figure how much BMBs specifically contribute to the economy? I asked this po in aid of legislation if the BMBE law can further be improved pa or what have you po.
Okay, as of now, we don't have really a very specific figure as to the contribution of the micro sector, micro enterprises. However, based on the PSA, Philippine Statistics Agency, the micro enterprises actually composed of something like 87% of the MSMEs, and that is quite big. Now, starting about 5 years ago, 3 or 5 years ago, when DTI registration is starting to register already, the BMB is because of the creation of the negosyo centers, we have drastically increased the number of BMBE registrants. So more or less, they are encouraged already to register under the BMBE program. However, because of the big number of micro enterprises still, we still need to do a lot of campaign, for them to really avail of the registration under the BAMBI.
May I ask usually what is stopping online sellers from registering, if you don't mind my inquiry po?
Yes.
Yeah. What's stopping? Of course, sometimes kung makalusot, lulusot, di ba? Sometimes we need to make sure that these private companies adhere to the law, that they must be compliant and registered. Because like us in DTI, when we have all these events, let's say the trade shows, ang pinaka-importante is for them to be compliant with the government requirements. So for the e-commerce platform companies, they must insist on the compliance talaga.
No more questions for now. Mr. Chair, I yield the floor. Thank you po, Madam Secretary and the DTI team. Thank you po.
Thank you, Kong Ryan. Next in line, from the minority, Deputy Minority Leader Antonio Tino.
Thank you, Chair. Well, ilang follow-up questions po kaugnay sa Cars and Race program. Pwede po ba pa-explain fully ano yung mga subsidies or benefits to which qualified manufacturers, auto manufacturers are entitled under these programs? At nabanggit kanina, ang pangunahin, ang unang-unang nakikinabang dyan, Toyota at Mitsubishi.
Edife, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honors. To respond to the question of the good Congressman, for the RACE program, we actually provide so-called fixed investment support, or FIS, which is equivalent to not more than 40% of capital expenditure in the form of tax certificates. This fixed investment support is not really that automatic because in the guidelines, there's a committee which evaluates the claim of the company. So it passes through rigorous evaluation on their claim, Mr. Chair. More or less for the cars, for the race, it will have the same incentives, but actually, it will have the same incentives, but in terms of the volume requirements per model, it will be lower because for the cars, it's 200,000 assembly of cars, and for the race, it's 100,000, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, so magkano po yun? Yung sinabi niyong 40%, did you say?
Yes, Your Honor.
40% of fixed Capital investment?
Capital investment.
Okay, gaano kalaki po yon in monetary terms para mas maintindihan natin? Magkano yung ayuda na binibigay ng gobyerno sa Toyota at Mitsubishi?
Your Honor, for the CARS program, because the race has not started yet.
Fixed investments na gagawin nila.
Yes, so far, the claim of, say, Mitsubishi, it's around 484 million. And for Toyota, it's 1.3 billion. And that refers to the FIS, Your Honor. But note that that would equate.
Ulit lang po. So Mitsubishi may claim na 400 million?
484 million.
484, almost 500 million. Samantala yung Toyota may
1.3.
1.3 billion pesos. So again, ang diin natin, ayuda ito So bibigyan ng gobyerno ang Mitsubishi at Toyota ng all in all mahigit 2 billion pesos. Is this for a specific year?
My understanding, Your Honor, is that this is for the whole duration of their application with the program. And therefore,
So ano pong gaano katagal po yan? I mean, anong period po ang tinutukoy?
in terms of their enrollment, the production period for the enrolled models ended in 2024. For Mitsubishi, it's Feb, and for Toyota, it's July 2024. So it's the whole availment of these two companies. But again, note that in terms of their qualification, the requirement is that they should be able to produce 200,000 vehicles. And again, we'd like to emphasize that the 200,000 vehicles, in terms of the backward linkages, in terms of the cars parts manufacturing, would have a greater impact.
Okay, nabayaran na po ba yung 500M sa Mitsubishi at 1.2 billion sa Toyota?
Mr. Chair, the amount in the budget referring to the arrearages is the one that will cover this unpaid
Okay,
FIS.
so may utang pa ang gobyerno.
Meron po.
So, may utang pa ang gobyerno sa Toyota at Mitsubishi. For this year, ang proposed po na babayaran, magkano po?
My understanding, Mr. Chair, is that the BOI, because it used to be handled by PMO, now it's BOI handling the evaluation. So it is undergoing an audit in terms of the claim, in terms of what was approved, and what should be paid to the companies.
Magkano po ang inihingi ng BOI para ma-cover yung, kanina na binanggit niyan, arrearages di ba? So magkano po? Para malinaw.
Based on the NEP, Mr. Chair, the fund allocated for this is 225 million, meaning once our audit is done, then that should cover the claim of the companies, whatever can be covered, Mr. Chair.
So, for next year, 225 million.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ang pwedeng ibayad sa Toyota at Mitsubishi. Okay, parang ang intindi ko, ang strategy, bakit binabayaran sila ng gobyerno? Bakit may utang pa tayo nga na umaabot sa more than 2 billion pesos? Tama ba ako? 1.2 and 5.
Yes.
product.
Okay.
Tapos gusto natin sila
Sorry.
mag-expand ng production. So kung ano yung mga
500 and
na
1.2. Hindi naman 2 billion.
plus
Oh.
yung na-encourage nila na local producers, yun yung sinasubsidize.
Mr. Chair, BOI would like to emphasize that one benefit of the CARS program is that we do not import anymore. Those that will be produced locally, and that's 200,000. Second, the incentives is really to encourage them to expand their operation. And third, again, if I may reiterate again, that amount in terms of the subsidy would really be lower in terms of the benefits that will accrue to the overall economy in terms of labor, employment, in terms of improvement in the backward linkages, meaning the parts manufacturing. So it's not just these two manufacturers being benefited by the program. It's actually a whole lot of companies doing this, as mentioned by the Secretary, the small and medium enterprise also benefited or will benefit under the program. And again, we're not, again, to say, I have to emphasize again, Your Honor, this is not just a program for these two companies. It's just that they have operations here and they qualify under the program. And if only for the employment that will be generated because of the expansion in their operation, I think hindi naman po tayo nalugi, Your Honor.
Okay, so binabayaran ng gobyerno ang Toyota at Mitsubishi para makalikha ng trabaho dito dahil nandito sila. Tapos, ang teorya, yung mga local suppliers, pwede ring ganun ba? Meron.
Yes,
For a while, Mr. Chair, if I may butt in, with all due respect, is it okay if I just get actually I know parts, so I'll just get the complete story and then I'll get back to you within this time also regarding that because the head of this department is not here with us. They're in another meeting. So I'll just confirm everything and then I'll get back to you, Mr. Chair, regarding this. Para at least what we can give you is comprehensive also.
Okay, we would appreciate a comprehensive information on the programs, but nevertheless, I still have some questions. For example, meron po bang technology transfer requirement para sa mga nakikinabang sa CARS program? Ibig sabihin, yung teknolohiya, yung kapital, yung IP, etc., meron po bang ganong requirement? Kasi sa ibang mga bansa, for example, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, etc., ni-invite nila yung mga foreign manufacturers like that. Pero, requirement, magtayo kayo ng pabrika planta, pero at some point, magiging pag-aari ng mga Pilipino yan. And we can use that for our own.
Yes, Mr.
Ganun po ba? Meron po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, these companies are locally owned. They're not foreign companies.
What if Toyota then decides, naku, mas maganda ang incentive sa Thailand. Mas malaki ang ino-offer. Alis na kami. Meron pa ba tayong manufacturing ng Toyota, kaya pa nating mag-produce ng mga kotse na yon?
Yes po, meron. In fact, yung Tamaraw, they have already moved it here from another country because of the create more incentives.
No,
that
and I
we're
understand
giving
that. They're setting up plants here, but what if they then decide, oh well, now it's cheaper elsewhere, or there are better incentives in another country? Parang nangyari na yan previously with several other car manufacturers. So Mazda ba yun? Ano ba yun?
Yes, Kong. I mean,
What was that? Ford. Nangyari na yan sa Ford, di ba? They moved to Thailand. Are we still able to produce yung mga Ford cars? Obviously, we're not.
Siyempre being in business, as a businessman,
ang punto lang po natin, walang requirement na gano'n, no? Na sige, babayaran namin kayo, magtayo kayo ng planta rito, pero walang requirement na kung ano man ang itayo nyo rito at yung teknolohiya na dadali nila rito, eventually magiging atin para may kakayahan tayo on our own na mag-produce. That's one way in which our neighboring countries have been able to build their manufacturing sectors. Sa atin, hindi po ba, sige magtayo kayo rito, pero the moment they decide to pull out, wala na. Katulad nga nung nangyari sa Ford. Tama po ba? Hindi po ba ganon?
We offer incentives to the
Yes.
foreign investors that set up here. And if there's offers in another country, and if they feel that the offer is better, of course, we can't control rin po for them
Yes.
to transfer. Kasi private companies po ito.
But
So,
we can control. Yun nga ang point natin dito. If our government had a genuine industrialization strategy, pwede nga ganun. Ganun ang ginawa. Ginagawa yan sa India, ginagawa yan sa Malaysia. How do you think Malaysia is able to produce, di ba meron silang proton? Tama po ba?
yes.
It's actually parang originally Mitsubishi yon. Kaya lang meron silang kasunduan na technology transfer component. So now they're able to produce their own cars. No? So ang point lang po natin ay hindi po ito industrialization plan or strategy. Basically, binabayaran lang na, tayo pa nga ang nagbabayad para mag-set up sila rito. At any time, they can decide to pull out at saan tayo pupulutin. Parang ganon. No? Kaya nga kanina, sinasabi, bakit hindi gamitin ng gobyerno ang pagkakataon para ma-develop ang local manufacturing. For example, not in the production of cars, kundi vehicles for public transport. Yun ang kailangan natin. Diba? So, mga bus or jeeps, modern jeeps, whatever. But, Mr. Chair, yun lang po ang gusto natin din. Ang malaking problema po na may utang pa tayo, bilyones ang binabayad natin sa mga manufacturers na ito para mag-produce sila rito. But, in the long term, it will not build our domestic industries. Okay? So, yun po muna.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Minority Leader Antonio Tino. I think what TML Tino is proposing is if the DTI or BOI is open to the idea of creating a more reciprocal guideline wherein it contains a technology transfer provision so that the local manufacturers would also benefit and not only the yung big players yung nakikinabang kasi malaki po yung incentive na nakukuha po nila sa gobyerno. So, are you open? Okay. Sige po. Thank you po. Thank you po, DML Tino and Secretary. Next in line, from the majority, Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Attorney Mike. Pleasant good morning to Secretary Maria Cristina Aldeguer Roque and all the assistants, the USEC and the ASECs here, the regional directors, the CDA. Again, good morning to all of you. We congratulate our Secretary for that presentation showing the accomplishments of the Department of Trade and Industry in the past year and the plans for the future. Certainly, this agency has done so much for the Filipino people. And that is why we are grateful. And that is why I am here, because I'd like to thank the Secretary, not only in the national level, but because your officials in my city and your region have been doing very well. I would like to refer, therefore, to our Regional Director, Roel Paglipan, who are here, and also Assistant Regional Director Almer Masillones, and our Provincial Director, Jesse Abriar. I know them because they work with me. And let me say, for example, that the city of Cagayan de Oro especially in your two funds, which they coordinate with and which we distribute. Madam Secretary, this is the pagkabuhayan sa pagbangon at ginhawa, and also the serbisyo ng negosyo serbisyo sa barangay. We have been going to the different barangays. When there is a flood, there are fires, and the small business are involved, we give these funds to them. We give these goods and commodities so that they can rise up from adversity and calamity. And so we are very thankful for that, and that is why the representative of the city of Cagayan de Oro, this is the city of golden friendship, is here to thank you. And that is why I have a letter for you for additional funds for this too. So that takes care of that. Secondly, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, I saw your budget, and here it is quite alarming because the Office of the Secretary has a reduction in budget. Do you confirm that? Yeah. The OSEC. Yeah, here. I have here the records. Yeah. On OSEC itself, ito, comparing with 2025 to 2026, the DTI Office of the Secretary, there's a reduction. Can you again state the reduction? Use a performing office and department. I just read to you because I have been reading this the whole night. It has been given to us 2 days ago. 2025, you have 7.398 billion. Now, for 2026, you have a total of 7,236. This 1 to 7 page. So there is a variance and a reduction in the Office of the Secretary of negative 2.19 or 161,836 pesos. May I know why you reduce in spite of your excellent performance?
Thank you, Honorable Congressman Rodriguez. A lot of it the reduction came from insertions.
There were insertions to increase it,
Yeah, so wala na siyang insertions. Oh.
whether legally or illegally. Insertions were made to increase always. And so you were saying that yeah, that's a reduction, 161 million, because I'm going forward to ask you, what will the Secretary request from this committee? Because we have here Chairman Mike, and I am here, and the Vice Chairs are here, and the members, to be able to augment, because the power of the purse is always given to Congress. And so therefore, if there's an agency, a department performing well, and it needs more funds to be able to put our country in a footing that will allow the economic growth of our country, will do it.
Okay.
So, may we know? Yeah, these are the budget. As I've said, the Office of the Secretary were reduced by 161 million. And what is now the request? Because we are all listening now. What is now the request? So that we can make you more. You can face the challenges and be able to continue to be successful in 2026.
Okay, thank you for that, Honorable Chair Rufus Rodriguez. No, do you want me to say one by one already a request?
Was the priority because
Yes.
in one hearing, when I asked how much
Hindi,
do we need to, he said 1 billion. We don't have that kind of space, fiscal space.
Yes,
So siguro lesser than 1 billion.
Yes. What we need actually is for the foreign investments, no, foreign trade. We are always requesting, or we always want our foreign investments to be in the trillion pesos mark, but the budget for that to increase that sales is only nasa 1B. So we were really hoping at least to increase it further so that we can use it for marketing to market the Philippines worldwide, globally, especially that we have some, of course, we have competitors in our Southeast Asian countries. So for us to be able to at least show them what we have is to strengthen the marketing and strengthen also our trade missions as we go abroad. So that's something that we
So how much
are
will that
asking
be,
for.
Honorable Secretary? How much will be the augmentation for foreign investments?
No, that's not the one. The one of Yusek. Okay, and then another thing that we are also looking at is for the MSME development program. Maybe we're still looking for the amount for that, no, the marketing for the
How much would you need for the, my
for the
favorite,
MSME
micro,
development.
small, and medium,
Yeah.
I was with the Masikap.
Yes, what was given to us is 500 million, but the yes, 99.5% of the business establishment is MSME and 60% of the labor force is MSME. So if we want them to grow, we need more funds for the Servicio Negosyo Caravan, meaning we go around the country, which we've already started in the DTI Goes to the Regions. To really promote also what are the programs of DTI that these MSMEs can avail, and what are also the initiatives of DTI that they can avail of, whether local distribution or global distribution. So
So how
we
much
need
would
that.
you request this committee?
We were asking
To
for
add to
another
the,
650 million for this.
650?
Yeah.
Yes.
So for everything else that has to go under the MSME development, kailangan yun, no? And we will be putting that under the Tatak Pinoy program, meaning proudly Filipino. So proudly Filipino products, proudly Filipino services, everything that we can be proud of. We want to be able to push that both local and global. So, and then for the foreign trade, no, to really get the marketing done, and also for the foreign trade attaches to be able to do a strong B2B and to be able to bring in also investors both to us and also there. We were requesting for 250 million for this. Kasi we want a trillion peso foreign investments to come in, but our budget is only 1 billion. So if you calculate it, 1 billion divided by how many trillions, it's negligible. So the same thing with and then also for the foreign trade consumer protection program, we need to catch the people that are selling, let's say, substandard steel. We can't afford, we can't have substandard products, especially, let's say, substandard steel to be sold in the market. But we need to catch these people, especially now, ang laki na ng mga ang dami na ng produkto na pumapasok sa country natin. So we need to really strengthen this also. So we need to also go digital. We need to also use the digital platform, AI, to be able to at least address all of these concerns, kasi naaapektuhan na yung mga manufacturing industries ng Philippines, especially by the products that are being imported. Let's just say appliances. There's a lot of substandard appliances that are coming in the country, which cause a sunog, or aside from that, it also affects the manufacturing industries of the Philippines that provides jobs, gives benefits to the employees. So we were hoping for 100 million on that one. So we can give you the list of the programs and the asks, at least the priority. So also for the MSME development, which is under the Tatak Pinoy, part of the 650 is the marketing. Kasi we need to get out there the different programs of the DTI and the different initiatives that we can do for them. In fact, like let's just put the trade shows, no? We've increased our trade shows from 5 trade shows to this year 12. So yung sales ng MSMEs have really grown leaps and bounds. So we've already also got people who could find wholesale buyers both locally and globally. So the sales has improved. Let's say we started off at 10 million sales, 15 million sales with 10,000 people coming in the trade shows. Then after that, it already increased to 50 million sales with 50,000 people coming in. And already the 113 million sales with 60,000 people coming in our trade shows. That's for 5 days. Exactly the same location, exactly the same number of days, and the budget halos the same. But we've really used marketing to really draw to really get the people to come to us. And then we've also leveled it up because we invite a lot of international, people, let's say ambassadors, buyers, to really check out also the products, So we've also leveled it up. We've also used like the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra because we also want to show the people what we have. We can't just keep them in the sidelines. So part of the budget goes to promoting also people like them. And we also encourage the young people to come to see also what we have, not just, it's just kept and they're left behind. So we really need this budget, especially to push the MSMEs. But marketing and product development and packaging design will also come into this 650. Kasi if we really look at it, our products, wala namang problema na sa taste but natatalo talaga tayo sa packaging. We're really lagging behind on this. So, those are the things that we would like to use the budget.
Thank you, Secretary, for encapsulating really the important thrust of the DTI. Foreign investments, and you need those funds, and then our small, medium, and micro enterprises, 99%. So please submit that to the committee, the entire request, including protection of our consumers, these three big important functions of the DTI. And certainly, I would like to therefore state that in the proper time, Mr. Chairman, this representation will move not only for the approval of the figures and the budget of the NEP, but for the augmentation of the budget of the DTI and its attached agencies, Mr. Chairman. So now, lastly, I still have some time. I'd like to ask Yusek Jean Pacheco, what are your needs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Kong Rufus. Thank you, sir. Of course, I defer to what the Secretary has yes, as mentioned, the supply chain and logistics group, which was created by the Secretary, is a cross-cutting service among all of the priorities mentioned by the Secretary, sir. So whether it's consumer protection, foreign trade, and SME development. As we've seen in our logistics mission, Mr. Chair, what we are doing is really to support not only the regional operations but all the other units within the DTI. So the perspective, Mr. Chair, is really this additional budget will have supply chain lens in the programs, and we really look forward to having this additional funding.
How much?
Mr. Chair, can we give the numbers that we will send? But thank you very much,
We support you on that. We were together in the market sensing in Europe. We are putting up the first national food hub at the Clark International Airport area. And the next one will be the regional hub in Cagayan de Oro City. Imagine that. So next, my last point is, we'd like to ask the city through Chairman Alex, so what do you need?
Thank you, Congressman Rodriguez, and to the Honorable Chair and to all the honorable members of this committee. Well, the CDA, as far as we're concerned, we have three major functions, Your Honor. That's developmental, next is regulatory, and third is adjudication. And we wish and pray, Your Honor, that our developmental role will be given some additional funds so that we can provide more developmental efforts to the more than 20,000 cooperatives in entire the Philippines, Your Honor. Thank you.
How much would you need, reasonable amount, to be able to perform your three important functions, including quasi-judicial, quasi-determination of issues.
We're only requesting an additional fund, Your Honor, of around 195 million as per our proposed NEP for 2026, Your Honor.
Please submit that to the committee and the justification. We support the CDA. Cooperativism is the way to go. And we support very much the cooperativism that is being espoused by your agency, especially also in Mindanao. So with that, I end, Mr. Chairman. And once again, thank you, Secretary Roque. Thank you to our DTI family and the CDA. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you, Honorable Congressman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Representative Rufus Rodriguez. Next in line from the minority, Representative Robert Nazal. Okay. Next in line, Representative Antonio Roman, the third.
Tony nilang po, Mr. Chair. Or Tony Boy.
Tony Boy.
Tony Boy. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Alam nyo, it's a pleasure to attend today's hearing for the simple reason that when I was a young man, I worked for the DTI as a liaison to the Philippine Senate. Now, don't ask who the senators were because you'll find out how old I am. But just to contextualize my questions, let me just say that the heart of development is economic empowerment. When people are financially capable, when they have access to credit, markets, and the right infrastructure, they are no longer just beneficiaries of aid, but become drivers of growth themselves. Empowered citizens are more productive, they reinvest, they innovate, and they become entrepreneurs. This to me is true emancipation when people are free, not only from poverty, but also from dependency. Yet empowerment cannot come from fragmented programs. Microcredit without market access traps people in debt. Skills training without jobs creates underemployment. And economic zones without linkages to surrounding communities widen inequality. What our people need is holistic, convergent, master plan where agencies work together across the value chain so that every peso spent by government produces not just short-term relief, but also long-term emancipation. Now for my question. How does the DTI ensure that its programs, whether micro, small, or medium enterprises, entrepreneurship, or trade facilitation, are not isolated interventions, but part of a larger convergence with DA, DOLE, TESDA, and DICT so that our people can walk the full journey from capacity building to production to marketing to trade?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Congressman Roman. That's a good question, actually. We are taking now a whole government approach on this. There are some programs that were in DTI that we've actually moved to the different agency. Let's say the CARE, the Center for AI Research. DTI is not, our mandate is not research. Our mandate is really income and trade to drive either investments or to really level up the MSMEs or to level up the businesses. So we have moved now this program to DepEd. After consulting with all the cabinet secretaries, we have realized that it is better off with DepEd because DepEd really does the research and the students can actually start learning AI at a young age. But for us, we just use AI as a driver for business. We encourage businesses to use AI, but the research is not with us. So we are starting to take out redundant or programs that are already available in other, let's say, the departments, so that as we focus on the trade and income, which is really what the mandate of DTI is. So, and then aside from that, you've also mentioned the funding. Actually, finance or funding is really important for the MSMEs. DTI has an attached agency called the SB Corporation. This year, we have totally changed the mechanics for SB Corporation. Now, the loans are non-collateralized already. So, 10,000 to 10 million, no collateral, because we understand that the MSMEs don't have collateral. And then 1 year, no payment of principal and interest, because this will give the MSMEs at least time to be able to grow the business. Kasi if we charge them principal or even interest in the start, so the money that they'll pay there is the money na inutang din nila. So we give them now 1 year to get it going. And then the amount is still 10 billion, but we've already specifically put down the different programs under this 10 billion so that the MSMEs will realize that, oh, ako pala to, oh, pwede ako dito. Let's say, number one, we have the PO financing and PO financing. So if I have a PO from, let's say, a big company or any company that's legit, I can go now to SB Corporation and loan against that PO. And then there's also check rediscounting. I got the check payment, but let's say 30 days, 60 days, I can already go also to SB Corp and avail of the funds. And then we also have the Enterprise Rehabilitation Fund. We realize that, let's say may bagyo, we always give ayuda, but we forget that the businesses collapses. So if we don't revitalize or revive the business, then nothing will happen to the ayuda that we gave. So we also have this Enterprise Rehabilitation Fund, which they can borrow from SB Corp. The processing time is 5 to 7 days na lang. All they need to do is to show the picture of where and to give the address, no? Then we can already give the funding. And then aside from that, we have now, which we, actually madami siya eh. We also have the OFW fund. So if I'm an OFW and I want to start a business, pwede din silang umutang doon sa SB Corp. Then they have the franchise funding. Let's say I want to get into franchise, pwede din. And then we also have the last one, what we just launched was the Women Enterprise Fund, meaning we support women-led businesses, women-owned enterprises, because we also encourage now the double income in a family. Kasi di ba usually sa family, it's only the husband who works. So if anything happens to the husband, the whole family suffers. So now we can have the wife start a business, let's say home industry. We've seen a lot of stars even now that have started from the women-led businesses. Let's say Mary Grace, the wife was making the ensaymada and the cheese roll at home while the husband went to work. And then that one pala became really big. Even yung mga CDO, yung mga meats. So we have a fund for the women-led enterprises to encourage double income. So pag then the education gets better kasi may extra fund na sila, then they can now go on vacation and ano. So we have a lot of programs now or funds now under the SB Corporation with the same amount na 10 billion, but we made it strategic na. Although we have the fund naman for the business expansion fund, no? But at least sila, they can say na parang, oh, para sa akin pala ito. Yung ganon. So we have that funding. And before, the utilization rate of SB Corp was 2 billion, sorry. Now we've already consumed the 10 billion. In fact, we've asked from DBM an increase of 1.5 and we were able to get the 1.5 billion because of the utilization rate and because we're really able to let the people avail of this fund. So, yun. And other programs, we've used marketing strategies to really get the word out there that these are the programs of DTI. And we also have now, DTI goes to the regions. So we have this bus that lumang bus na rin. Then we just put the sticker that DTI goes to the regions. Then we all go there and then we have a town hall meeting and then we really tell the people what the programs of the DTI are and then what they can, the programs that they can avail.
So there's a lot of coordination, I would imagine, that happens
Yes, we
between
do.
and among the different departments to make sure that there's no overlap, that everything is streamlined, and that whoever's best capable of actually delivering the service that the people want is actually doing that particular job.
Yes, correct, Honorable Congressman. So we don't want the overlap na. So we example for DOST, which before we would do DTI had that program, we already referred to DOST. So they join us also in the when we go to the regions.
Yeah. Do you feel that there's an overlap when it comes to implementation of the Innovative Startup Act? I know that DTI is involved, the OST, and other departments. Is there an overlap that you feel is takes away from the effectiveness of the program?
Yes, yes, there's an overlap. So what we're doing now is we're transferring some already, some, let's say, departments or some GOCCs from us to the to the to another department which we feel na mas bagay sila doon para wala nang overlap.
Is that the reason why your budget for the Office of the Secretary was slashed to the tune of 25 million for ISA, for the Innovative Startup Act? I think there was a...
I'm not sure if that or maybe the utilization rate because to be honest, that wasn't our expertise. So maybe for some, let me check. I'll forward you to Undersecretary Bless if that's. But for some, the utilization was very low because again, we were not the agency or the department that's really expert on that. So it's really best for us to transfer it.
To take a back seat and let
Yeah,
other
to take a
agencies do
back
it.
seat and
Okay.
let them handle it. Yeah.
Now, you mentioned earlier access to loans and credit. How can DTI help establish a unified ecosystem by working with the Department of Finance, Land Bank, DBP, and private lenders that not only extends credit but also builds a financial capability of our people, enabling them to graduate from subsistence to sustainable entrepreneurship? So it's more about capacity building. How do you ensure that?
Actually, I've met with the different banks. I've also met with government banks. But of course, for them, they have certain guidelines that they need to follow. But for us, SB Corp, which is under us, we have more control of the patakaran or of the rules that we can really give to the MSMEs. This is precisely why we also ask for bigger budget for SB Corporation. But for other banks, let's say the private banks, of course, they're limited also from what they can offer, especially that they need to earn money or they have a certain income that they really expect every year. But for Land Bank, I spoke to the president also. They also have some programs, but of course, they also have guidelines that they need to follow. Then for DBP, I'm working on something with DBP, which is the palengke for the people in the palengke, because part of our job is to go around the palengke and they borrow a lot from the bigger interest companies. So what we want to do is to let DBP, Paymaya, and GCash, the three of them plus us, to work on a system on how we can loan to the palengke using the same strategy that they use, but of course with a really much lower interest rate, especially because these are government banks. So parang the process kasi of the palengke is, I'm a palengke owner, I go to the lender, I get the money, and then tomorrow I go to, let's say, Divisoria to get my items, sell it in the palengke, then in the night pay the lender, then borrow again. So that's the cycle na paikot-ikot. So DBP, GCash, and Paymaya using the digital platform also makes it easier for them. So this is something that we should be launching anytime soon.
Can you, Madam Secretary, outline how you align entrepreneurship and SME development with TESTA training and DOLE employment programs to ensure that training translates not into underemployment but into thriving enterprises and sustainable jobs? Again, this the coordination between DTI,
And TESTA.
and DOLE to make it more relevant for the beneficiaries.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Honorable Congressman. For TESDA, I'm working really closely with Secretary Kiko Benitez, and we've already agreed to implement specific training. We can't be general anymore. Let's say general business, general whichever industry ang malakas or whichever industry ang may potential, doon kami talagang nakafocus. Let's say semiconductors or let's say yung mga aviation engineers, pero specific, doon talaga nakafocus ang TESDA training in coordination with DTI. We don't do any more generals, but we do specifics.
Okay. What are DTI's concrete plans to strengthen local value chains by linking rural producers to urban centers and global supply chains to ensure that growth is not concentrated in enclaves but cascades to the grassroots? So giving them access to market, being the bridge between the producer and the consumer.
Okay, we've also added now our trade shows when...
Please wrap up, Kong Tony.
Yeah, she's
Last na po, okay. So before we had konting trade shows lang, mga three in a year. Now this year we have 12. Because in the trade shows, we were able to see the potential of them really generating income. And we've also engaged people to bring in. There's a company kasi that can bring in wholesale buyers, consolidators, buyers for hotels, buyers for cafe, bulk buyers, in other words, both local and global. So we have brought them in. So our sales, as I mentioned earlier, has already increased from dati 15 million for the 5 days. We've already increased to 50 million, and the people attending now is already 50,000. And then we had now the 113 million pesos for 5 days also. Yan yung sales nila with 60,000 people coming in. Those counts are not ours. Those counts are SM's count. So we've already increased the sales leaps and bounds times 5. Yung iba nag-increase na by 49%. So madami na sila talagang nag-export. In fact, the people that joined the trade show, dumadami na sila. And we've also established now specific trade shows. Hindi na yung labo-labo, ganon. So we have food trade shows, we have bridal trade shows, we have cosmetic trade shows, we have arts and crafts trade shows, meaning we made it also specifics. Para it's not in general na tayo. We make it, example, like the doctors, di ba? Wala nang general practitioner masyado. It's like heart doctor, cardiologist, OB-GYN, yung mga specific. So that's also what we did to the trade show, so that we can put in the best of what we have from Region 1 to Region 18 by using this platform. And all of these are free. These are subsidized by the DTI. So we also invite foreign buyers, and we also invite yung consolidators who have access to market abroad to have a look at and all the products here are compliant, meaning they have the business permit, they are FDA approved, and they are also have the business name registration, whether with SEC or with DTI.
And for my last question, how does DTI engage locators and private sector players in eco zones to integrate local communities through supplier development, technology transfer, and local hiring into the cycle of productivity and reinvestment? Because Bataan is, as you know, the entire Bataan is an economic zone. So that question is really special to Bataan.
Okay, of course, for the trade zones, no, we encourage that for foreign investors. But for the bigger players, we give them actually the options for them where they want to open the manufacturing plant for the big players in the Philippines. And then plus the incentives of the Create More, they are now actually really looking to establish their manufacturing plant in these zones, whether in Bulacan, whether in Bataan, whether in Clark, or also in Batangas. So that's what we constantly have meetings with them talaga.
And you encourage them to basically tap local talent.
Pardon? Yes, and of course, yeah, we tap local talent. Actually, we really need to beef up the local talent, because like even for the semiconductor, which we are putting now a department in the DTI, parang yung mga malalakas, we put somebody to really take charge of that, because I asked the companies, what do you need? Talent, talent, talent. So again, we really need to beef up and work closely with TESDA, CHED, and DepEd.
Is my time up, or do I have one last short question that I can ask? One last question. Ma'am, I saw you have a lot of programs. It's in one of the pages. I actually wanted to count them, but I kind of lost heart because there were too many. This must be a big marketing headache for you.
Yeah.
To what extent do you use AI to basically market your services, and how much of your budget is dedicated to AI?
Yeah, actually for the programs, no, those were the programs made by the past. So what I'm going to do now is to actually put them, not really consolidate them, no, but at least strengthen them by putting, let's say, two programs can become one, and then we use the budget to really push those programs out there. For AI, for the AI research, for the AI training, for the AI how to become AI savvy, we've already given that to DOST, DICT, DepEd has that also. So we don't do that anymore in DTI. What we do is we tell these business people through the 1,400 negosyo centers how to use AI to drive the business. So it's really more of mentoring or telling them how to use AI, but the training and then the training and where to go to is not with us anymore. It's really with the ICT, the OST. Kasi they have first they have the budget, second they also have the facility that's already existing. So we might as well just go there rather than build their own facility pa.
I have nothing further, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tony Roman. May I just remind for our members here, if you have any parochial concerns, the regional directors of each region are also here. The committee is willing to help you find them if you have any concerns regarding them po. Next in line po, Representative Walfredo de Maguila.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would like to commend the entire DTI family for their implementation of the Negosyo Center program. Example, in the city of Binyan, because of the Negosyo Center, we were able to double the number of business registrants. And of course, it goes without saying, we were able to increase our collection. In fact, last year, we were able to breach 1 billion peso collection for our businesses. But the problem is, I was able to interview some of the business counselors in different negosyo centers. And I found out that most, if not all of them, are occupying job order positions. Judging from your NEP, you've just maintained your budget for negosyo center program. You just maintained your budget at 454,267,000. Meaning, there will be no changes, there will be no additional plantilla for this personnel. So, and in some cases, I've interviewed business counselors occupying the same position for more than 7 years, 8 years. And the story is, marami nang lumilipat sa LGU. So, could you comment on that, ma'am?
Yes, good morning, Honorable Congressman. I would like to pass it to Assistant Secretary Chris Ablan, as he's the one in charge of this one.
Thank you, Madam Secretary and Mr. Chair. Yes, Honorable Congressman and Mr. Chair, we do have a lot of our business counselors scattered in our negosyo centers, whose items are job order and contract of service. We have already requested from the DBM OPCCB the plan to convert our job order and contract of service from into contractual. At least there's going to be an employer-employee relationship. And so far, our proposal is 200. And yes. We requested for 600, Mr. Chair, and then we've now reduced it to 200, and we are awaiting the final approval of the DBM for the contractualization of our JOCOs in the negosyo centers, Mr. Chair.
Merong TIDS, TIDA, and STIDS.
May I ask what would be the entry-level position for business counselors?
The entry-level position would be a TIDA, or Trade and Industry Development Officer, analyst, and the salary grade is salary grade 11 po.
Salary grade 11.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Parang mababa.
And we have a ladderized program, Mr. Chair. After SG11, there's also a chance for them to go up to SG15 and SG18. This is for our business counselors po.
So maybe this representation could assist you, could help you during the deliberation for the additional budget for your...
Yes, please. Thank you very much po.
And last question, I don't know whose attached agency is concerned with this idea. Would there be a situation would there be a program wherein the DTI would assist local manufacturers in securing brand new vehicle engine, bagong makina, vehicle engine, and thereby loaning it to local manufacturers, and they could build up from ground up, matatayo na nila, magagawa na nila yung vehicles na yun, like jeepney. For example, we know for a fact na maraming local manufacturers nakakagawa ng jeep. But the problem is, the engine would not pass our requirement, yung Euro 4 or Euro 5. So why not assist our local manufacturers in securing brand new engines? Then from there on, they'll be the one to build up our vehicles. And we can be sure that more than 70 to 80% of the components of that vehicle would be sourced locally. Hindi Toyota, hindi Mitsubishi. Pwedeng Toyota ang engine or Isuzu ang engine, but the entire body is made in the Philippines. Would that be possible?
Actually, Honorable Congress, we don't have that program, no, but we can study that and we can have a look what we can do so that we can at least get into that also.
And because I think that would be a better program instead of, extending assistance or ayuda to Toyota, to Mitsubishi, to Isuzu, if they will be joining. Why not ask Isuzu, particularly for our jeepney drivers? Panay Isuzu ang gusto, ang mindset is Isuzu.
Yeah.
So why not, with the help of DTI, make an arrangement with Isuzu Japan, let's buy new engine, Euro 4 compliant, and have it loaned to our local manufacturers, and thereby, meron na tayong, may babalik natin yung jeepney, yung jeep natin. I'm sure, alam niyo yung idea na almost all lang jeep natin is, 4BA1. Yun yung, and definitely, you would agree with me, wala nang 4BA1. 4BA2 na yung mga, so if we phase out na ito, and if we could arrange with Isuzu Japan, bibili tayo ng engine, then we will loan it to our local manufacturer, makakapag-build na sila. We can do chassis, di ba? Bodybuilding ng sasakyan, we can do it. So, that would be the first step in promoting our transport, local transport.
Yes, actually, Honorable Congressman, DOST does that. So what DTI can do is I can work with DOST, and when they create that program or that vehicle that you like, then DTI can give the incentives for local manufactured vehicles, because yun po ang role talaga ng DTI is to give incentives for us to really push the different businesses. But the creation po is with DOST.
Okay, don't worry, ma'am. I'll be attending the budget hearing of DOST.
Yes, you can mention that po. Kasi whole government approach na ho kami. So we don't anymore, we try to pass it to the different departments where that's their expertise po.
That will go, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Di Maguila. Next in line from the minority, Representative Alan T.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to Secretary and as well as to the DTI family. My question is in relation to the question of Congressman Di Magila regarding the MSME. There are other programs under export investment development programs, industry development programs. And can you confirm to us the amount that there's also 502 million pesos for development facilitation and promotion of export and investment domestics and foreign under the PS for NEP 2026? Can you confirm the amount? 502,529,000.
Honorable Congressman, that's for the overseas allowance and salaries of our trade attaches and the different offices kasi may mga tao tayo. So we have 29 trade offices all over the world with 21 trade attaches. So that's for their salaries po.
All right. These are for salaries of our attaches.
Yes.
And the amount of 415 million is under
Attaches plus the secretaries
plus the
and other
secretaries.
people there.
All right. And MOE is also for those for the expenses of our trade attaches.
Correct po.
Correct. How about under the program industry development program? You also have an amount of 321 million pesos 291 under the activity formulation of strategic plans, programs, and policies to develop competitive industries. You have an amount of 321,291,000. Can you confirm this amount?
Okay. Congressman, that's the different offices also under that, meaning the BITR. So those offices that actually does our or processes our FTAs, our different free trade agreements, which our president now is really very much aggressive on. We want to get a lot of free trade agreements going because this can really boost the trade between two countries.
But these personnel are they also contractual? Are they under contractual service or they are permanent positions?
They are all permanent.
Permanent positions.
Yes.
So can you kindly distinguish? Can you kindly tell us what are those contractual services under the personal services? Into what programs are mostly under the contractual service?
Okay, I'll pass it to Assistant Secretary Chris Ablan to discuss further.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for the honorable Congressman. Our JOCOS would be under our negosyo center, as well as some in our CARP program po.
So under your CARP program, you have 106 million pesos.
Yes po.
Allocated for PS.
For
Am I correct? And these are mostly for contractual services. But this amount is for contractual services.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for PS, there's no allocation for the payment of the JOCOS. We source the payment for our JOCOS from our MOOE po.
But can you please check on your NEP? Because under your NEP, under the program MSME Development Program, under sub-activity for the requirements of program, beneficiaries development component of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, there is an amount for NEP 2026 under PS 106,427.
Yes, Mr. Chair, correct.
So there is an allocation.
Yes po.
So you are correcting yourself.
Correct. Yes, Mr. Chair, I mistaken.
Your mistake. So these are all contractual services.
That's correct, Mr.
My
Chair.
point is, Madam Secretary, did you already request, as you mentioned earlier, under the MSME, you have already requested for permanent positions under these programs Am I correct?
Correct, Mr. Chair. We requested for plantilla items for the negosyo centers, Mr.
For the
Chair.
negosyo centers before the Department of Budget and Management?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Can you furnish this committee a copy of that request for additional, for the permanent positions that you are requesting before the Department of Budget and
Yes,
Management?
we will give that, Honorable Congressman. The reason for us wanting the permanent positions is it's hard for us to keep on changing people, especially that they need to be very knowledgeable on the programs of the DTI and especially the negosyo centers, which ito talagang inaasahan ng mga MSMEs from Region 1 to Region 18. Tapos 1,400 po sila. Tapos they are not permanent, nahihirapan ho kami magbigay sa kanila ng mga information also.
To which I agree, Mr. Chair and Madam Secretary, that there's really a need for them to be permanent under this particular program of MSME.
Yes,
That's why
maraming
for this
salamat.
as a copy, so we can make the proper representation also before the Department of Budget and Management for the approval. So if I may ask, since these programs have been in for how many years has been this program? Because if I notice under the 2024 NEP and GAA of 2024 and 2025, there's also these programs already. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct, Honorable Chair. Actually, yung ibang program doon, matagal na po. So what we're doing is we're actually, how do you say that? We're actually advancing them a little bit or tweaking them to be more relevant. Kasi syempre, yung iba from the past, di ba? So as years pass, example now we have to inject digitalization. We need to tell them that they must go digital. They need to use a digital platform, which was not there before. So ano rin kami, nagtutweak para maging relevant na po sila. Especially that from the different regions, 1 to 18, they can't be lagging behind from what we have here in NCR.
On the matter of your utilization rate, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair, if we may ask the Secretary about its DTI's utilization rate, but because based on the appropriation/obligation, they have still unobligated releases in the amount of, for fiscal year 2024, if I may be updated, around 1.014 billion pesos for 2024, and for 2025, around if I'm correct, can you confirm around 1.069? Unused appropriation, around 1.069 billion?
That's confirmed, Honorable Congressman.
So can you explain to us why there is an unused appropriation in fiscal year 2024 of 1.114 billion, as well as in fiscal year 2025 for 1.069 billion?
Please wrap up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to get an answer to the query or to the question.
For the past, I was not yet the secretary during the time, and I've only been the secretary from August 2024 to August to date. So for the utilization rate, ngayon pa lang po kami talagang we are taking an aggressive approach on really at least getting the funds used, especially for the different programs for the MSMEs. Kasi doon talaga ang So we're really hoping that we can really push this for this year 2025 to 2026. Do you have any contribution?
Mr. Chairman, if
I'll pass also to ASEC Chris.
I want to know the specific programs that were not yet implemented, or those programs that has not yet been utilized.
Okay, I'll pass it to ASEC Chris Ablan for the...
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Chair. The specific program, Mr. Chair, that has affected our budget utilization rate is our foreign assisted project called the Rapid Growth. The Rapid Growth is a project that would assist our agribusiness farmers in the Visayas and Mindanao. And it was a project that was initiated back in 2018. It was supposed to be implemented by the early 2020s extension of the project, and we only got the extension approval late last year, and that explains, Mr. Chair, our low budget utilization. We have already developed our catch-up plan for this year and next year so that we would be able to attain a higher BOR rate by fiscal year 2026, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, based on his explanation, I look at the GAA 2025. Under the foreign assisted projects, there's only the amount of 496 million pesos. However, your unobligated or unused appropriation amounts to 1,069,000,000 pesos. So where are the other? Where's the balance amount that were not yet also utilized under the different programs of the Department of Trade and Industry?
Yes,
Can you explain?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The balance is coming from other projects, specifically Tatak Pinoy, our implementation of our ISSP, the implementation also of the shared service facility, and a little bit from our FTEB, or Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau, Mr. Chair. That's the balance of the, which explains the utilization rate po.
I have two last questions, Mr. Chairman. And also in relation to the foreign assisted projects.
Kung Alan, you may...
Just for two more questions, Mr. Chairman.
questions,
Short question. For GAA 2024, there is no loan proceeds. There is no rapid growth. There's no FAPS for 2024. So what you mentioned is only for 2025. So how about for 2024? You have an unused appropriation of 1,114,000,000. Can you please explain which activities that were not yet funded or were not yet used by in GAA 2024? What are the programs? Can you please specify to us before this committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have a lapse allotment for our 2024 PS at 1.3 million, MOE po for 43 million, and CO po for 300,000 po.
We're talking about 1,114,000,000 pesos. Billion. We're talking about billion here. We're not talking about millions.
Mr. Chair, we will run the numbers so that we can provide Congressman T with our, because that sets back to 2024. We'll just confirm our numbers and submit it to the Congressman by today.
It's acceptable to me, Mr. Chairman, and thank you that they will furnish us a copy of those unobligated or unused appropriations for those programs and projects that have to be implemented under the fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Congressman.
Thank you, Secretary. Please furnish us a copy po within the day as per request of Kong Alan T. Next in line, Vice Chair Pompong Ordanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To our Congresswoman, Gloria Macabagal Arroyo. To my dear colleagues, sa DTI family po, sa lahat na nandito, magandang umaga, tanghali sa ating lahat. This is not about the budget, ma'am. Are you aware of the purchase slip booklet po ng senior citizens?
Honorable Congressman, that's under DSWD po. The
No. Kasi ma'am, ito'y para doon sa mga discount ng mga senior citizens
Yes,
sa mga
correct.
establishment.
Opo, yes.
And I understand, sa DTI po ito, hindi sa DSWD.
It's not po with us. It's with DSWD po. It's not under DTI, the senior citizen discount.
Okay, sorry. Yun lang po ang dapat kong itatanong sana, but then it is not your jurisdiction, so thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let me clarify for Representative Ordanes. The question is with regard to the implementation of the senior citizen discount
Yes, yes.
of the different establishments.
Yes, that's why I am asking them, because this pertains to the business establishments.
Is the DTI
Yes.
responsible for the implementation of the senior citizens discount of the different establishments?
Actually, Honorable Congressman, it's not with DTI, but a lot of it's just to explain, a lot of the establishments have been complaining to us about the too many people that already have the PWD, or how do we call that? The use of the PWD is a bit careless. So they're complaining that nahihirapan na yung ibang business because of the discount that's given to the PWD. So I'm working
We are
with
talking of the senior citizens, ma'am.
yes, correct. Senior citizens card. So we're working with DSWD on this. So that's why we know that DSWD po is the one in charge of that. But for us, the business establishments are complaining regarding this one. But of course, since
Yes,
this is
ma'am,
the
but
law, we can't do anything about it.
So it's not your
It's
jurisdiction.
not for ours. Yeah.
Okay, I will clear this matter to the DSWD para po magkaintindihan tayo.
Yes,
Kasi
correct.
kayo rin ay tinuturo naman ng DSWD.
Hindi po. Hindi
Okay
po
po?
sa amin.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you po, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hompong Ordanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next in line, Vice Chair Loreto Amante.
Magandang umaga, Vice Chair, Mike Tan. Unang-una po, Mr. Chair, medyo nababahala po ako dahil lagana po ngayon yung mga scammer sa mga online platforms at saka social media. Ano po bang ginagawa po dito ng DTI para masugpo po itong mga online scammers po dito po sa ating bansa?
Thank you, Honorable Amante. Actually, we've really been enforcing and monitoring the online platform, especially now na talagang laganap ang mga scammers, no? In the start of the year, I met with them one by one to really make sure that we can control this. But of course, sa dami ng produkto na rin na binebenta, dami na pumapasok na produkto dito sa atin, plus the local market, we can't totally control everything in spite of the fact that we enforce and monitor. That's why we have created this trust mark now. I'm not sure if you were here when ASEC Marcos explained in detail what the trust mark really does, but they get a clearance from us to be able to put the trust mark in the product so that when you buy from this online platform, pag may trust mark siya ng DTI, yung product meron siyang trust mark ng DTI, that means meron siyang go signal from DTI that they can sell and that they pass through the check of the DTI sa mga produktong ito.
So kasama na po doon, Madam Secretary, yung quality control doon sa
I
mga
can
produktong
pass you
binibenta
po to ASEC Marcos so that he can explain to you further.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. Sir, the trust mark, the primary purpose is to give the opportunity for redress for our consumers. I mentioned earlier, when you buy someone sa online, hindi po natin sila nakikita, hindi natin alam kung saan hahabulin, hindi alam kung saan kukontakin. Under the Internet Transactions Act, the E-commerce Bureau was created, and we have there the E-commerce Philippine Trust Mark as well as the online business database. And to be able to get the trust mark, you have to comply with all the requirements that you need in order to engage in the business that you're doing, as well as the products that you're selling. Under the DTI, there are 111 products that require mandatory certification. This requires testing, this requires audits, this requires permits. And if the product is one of those in the list, then you have to submit your certification, your license as well. In the online business database, we have there a listing of all these products, as well as we're also coordinating with other agencies with consumer protection functions that have that issue licenses for products and services under their jurisdiction, and then we will also list them down there in the online business database, so that when a consumer would buy in one of the e-marketplaces or digital platforms, we're urging the consumer to please check first if that establishment or that online merchant is registered, so that you will know that once you buy, hindi ka po tatakbuhan or alam mo kung saan ka magko-complain. Nevertheless, we also understand that a lot of our online merchants are just beginning, or household merchants, and they may not have their own redress mechanisms to address yung mga complaints. So also under the Internet Transactions Act, we're developing the online dispute resolution system, and this one can be used both by for business to consumer and business to business complaints on as regards their online transactions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chair, pero syempre, definitely may mga violators na dyan. So, anong naging action? May nakasuhan ba dito sa mga scammers na to?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Together with me is Director Gino of Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau. They're also handling yung mga complaints po, yung mga nare-receive natin, and they've received formal charge complaints on these scammers, and they've filed formal charges as well.
Pero meron na bang naparusahan?
May I refer, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, sir. For the consumer complaints handling of the Fair Trade Group, if I may just inform the body, for January 2025 to June 2025, we received a total complaints of 18,494. Of this, 3,528 were processed through mediation. So it's not always naman, sir, to penalize or be punitive to the respondents, but we often are able to successfully mediate the parties. And then the 14,000 of those received complaints were referred or endorsed to the proper other agencies or other offices of the DTI.
Okay, thank you, Attorney. Next question. Madam Secretary, how about yung monitoring ng mga presyo sa mga pamilihan o mga pampublikong pamilihang bayan dito sa ating bansa? Nagagampanan ba ito talaga ng gusto ng DTI?
Yes, that's a good question, Honorable Congressman. Actually, we are proud to say that for the past 1 year, from August last year until today, we have no price increase for basic necessities and prime commodities. We do a daily check and daily monitor and enforcement po sa lahat ng pamilihan from all the regions, from Region 1 to Region 18. We really have a department po under Gino Malyari also to really make sure that lahat ng presyo ng basic necessities and prime commodities are followed strictly by itong mga nagbebenta po. So far, yun talaga po ang ginagawa. In fact, nasama na rin sa amin yung pag-monitor and pag-enforce din po ng bigas, which is actually under DA. Kasi nga, meron kaming division or meron kaming department that really does the monitoring and enforcement. And for basic prices of basic necessities and prime commodities, we had no price increase for 1 year na po.
Pero Madam Secretary, hindi kayo kinukulang ng manpower doon sa mga
Of course, kinukulang po. That's why actually we've been, part of our budget, yung asks, is to really add more budget para we can get more people to monitor and to enforce, especially in the e-commerce platform. Kasi doon talaga yung mabilis na dumadami yung nagbebenta eh.
Yes, ma'am. Kaya ko lang natanong, kasi sa lalawigan ng Laguna, ma'am, parang isa lang yung nagmo-monitor sa buong probinsya. So, kaya tinanong ko kung gaano ka-effective yung monitoring nyo ng presyo. So,
correct.
Ngayon, since kayo naman ay nag-ask ng additional para sa personal services, so that's good. Para at least mas ma-maximize natin yung monitoring sa ating mga bawat bayan at bawat probinsya dito sa ating bansa.
Yes, correct. Maraming salamat po.
That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Amante. Next in line, Representative Nico Daza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To my colleagues and attendants, our former President, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, now Congresswoman, and our good Secretary, Secretary Roque, and the DTI family, our guests in attendance, maupay nga aga sa ating atanan. Before I begin my questions, I would like to highlight, under the guidance and the leadership of Secretary Roque and the DTI family, our provincial government of Northern Samar has worked together to showcase our local trade and craftsmen, especially during our annual festival, the Ibabaw Festival. With that, I'm very grateful, and I only hope that we continue to deepen our collaboration with the DTI. Now, in line with the ease of doing business, one of the biggest challenges for entrepreneurs is the regulatory bottlenecks. Can you clarify, or with your budget, which programs or reforms that are being prioritized to reduce red tape and help our MSMEs, especially those in rural provinces, to grow faster?
Thank you, Congressman. For the red tape, there's actually the ARTA now, the anti-red tape department, which is being handled by Secretary Nes Perez. So that's a totally different department now. But for us, here in DTI, we really try to at least work on it within the Department of Trade. Like for the foreign investors, they actually go to the DTI office, and then we connect them, or we set the meeting with me together with the different cabinet secretaries that are involved in the different problems also of these businessmen. But for the businesses that are in the provinces, we have the regional offices that can actually help them, and we also have the negosyo centers that can actually assist them. So if in case they're not being assisted, they can actually call the can call the head office, and then we have the report to sec at dti.gov.ph, where they can report everything that they may want us to do or that they want to get done. So we're very aggressive on this, especially that we want the business to be going. We don't want businesses to be lagging behind, because we understand that, of course, naglagay na sila ng puhunan. Number two, the employees already, and we don't want jobless people also. So they need to take advantage of the different negosyo centers all over the country, which is 1,408 already, and also the regional offices all over the country. Plus, they can go to ARTA if the business is quite substantial. They can go to ARTA, and ARTA can assist them also. But we're going to be establishing also green lanes for MSMEs. That should be done within this year.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the good secretary. I'm quite happy to hear that DTI is quite proactive in making the ease of business that much easier, no? But I'm glad you brought up as well the ARTA compliances. As we know, in the Ease of Doing Business Act, there are 6 compliances. I would like to know from the DTI, are we compliant with those 6 ARTA compliances? And if you have a report that you could furnish to the committee, I would respectfully ask for one as well.
I'll check first if we get reports from ARTA because that's a different department, so I'm not sure if we have that. But for one of the most number of needs of the MSMEs is the FDA, so the Food and Drug approval or Food and Drug permit. So DTI is working very closely now with DG Fenton. So we've told him to establish an MSME hotline. So since a lot of the products in the provinces are mostly food or let's say cosmetics, then they can actually go to the MSME hotline, which we will be launching in the next month or latest in the next 2 months. Because we realized that ito talaga ang main deadlock ng mga produkto sa provinces.
Mr. Chair, it's often that DTI will champion inclusive innovation. I'd like to ask, in the budget of DTI, how do we ensure that investments and support don't just only flow to Metro Manila or urban centers, but also to far-flung areas such as mine and Northern Samar?
Actually, that's really a good question. No? For now, we let the foreign investors actually choose where they want to open their manufacturing or their assembly plant or wherever they want to put their investment, as these are private sectors also, so they get to choose. So maybe what we can do is we can get information from your different provinces so that we can offer it also, because actually I've also informed a lot of these investors that they should do due diligence when they choose a province, because some of the province, the trust is culture and culture and heritage or tourism. So sometimes the permits are difficult, but there are some provinces where industrialization, modernization, technology is being pushed. So the permits or the licenses are faster to get. So if we can get information from each and every province that you hold, we can offer it to these foreign investors.
Mr. Chair, in line with the response of the good secretary, is there perhaps legislation that we can push for that can help ease kind of these permits that you speak of, so that we can attract more foreign investment or local investment to our rural areas?
Actually, that's really the problem of the investors, is the permits, is the licenses. Doon talaga sila nagkakaproblema. So if we can really find a way to get these things going, then we can get more investors definitely, especially in the different province that want to make it easier than other provinces. And then you may also want to accredit some of your areas, yung malalaking areas, through PEZA, through an economic zone, so that because these investors, once they hear it's an economic zone, or let's say it's like the Luzon Economic Corridor, they feel that these are the areas where it will be easy for them to open the business. It's more flexible, the permits are easier, and the incentives are there. So for the provinces that you have in your cities or provinces, we can separate an area that could be an economic zone.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I have no further questions. I would just like to manifest my support for DTI. I've been, as this representation, I've seen the great impact that the DTI has, especially in our province. And so it is my hope that we only continue our collaboration and continue to strengthen and deepen those ties. Maraming salamat po sa ating DTI family. Thank you for your time. With that, I yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Daza. Next in line, former President Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo.
But I would like to begin, of course, by echoing my other ex-DTI officials in supporting the operations and the budget of DTI, and I don't want to wait until the plenary to move for an increase in budget, but I want to do it right here in this committee. So I have three questions. One is related to the ecozone locators concerns. Create very specifically, gave an exemption in the transitory provisions for those who were already registered before CREATE was established, that they could continue their incentives, all their incentives, until 10 years later or 2034. But then the revenue regulations or the DOF IRR at that time ignored that exemption. And we had hearings here in aid of legislation on why are they ignoring that exemption. And the result was create more, which reinforced the exemptions of those already previously registered in the ecozones. But again, now the BIR revenue regulations ignore the transitory provisions, whereby the VAT zero rating can be enjoyed by locators in the economic zones until 2034. So that's one question of mine, because you mentioned, Madam Secretary, that you often dialogue with the businessmen in the ecozones, and so do I, and that's always their number one concern. So although it is in the policy of the BIR, where we have to look for the reform, it's also important that the advocacy should come from the DTI, because the business community is your client. Number two question, the bamboo industry is a very important industry, and it contributes much to sustainable development. The last time the Bamboo Industry Development Council was funded was in 2010. I was still president, imagine, I provided for that, and never more. So I think that if we agree that the bamboo industry is very important for sustainable development, then I would hope that in the budget increases that Congressman Rufus Rodriguez and I are advocating, there will be a portion there. In 2010, it was only 20 million pesos. It's really a small amount. So Bless knows about that, because you were in DTI since that time. So I think at 20 million pesos, of course, correcting for inflation should be much more now, but 20 million is better than 0 million. So I hope that we can have a little bit of revival of that program. And then my third question is about the food hub mentioned by Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, where the first national food hub is supposed to be in Clark, and he's hoping that there will be a regional food hub for Mindanao in Cagayan de Oro. Now, that food hub was something that I have been advocating for, not as president, but when I was a congresswoman. That's why it ended up in Clark as their choice, because in my search for investments there, the food hub, the original proponent, but there are other proponents already, was French. I think there's another proponent who is Spanish. I was present at the meeting of the French food hub investor at a meeting with the highest levels of government. And they very clearly said that there has to be an investment and a risk-taking fact on the part of the national government, that they cannot do it alone. And from what I saw about the body language of the officials, they seem to say yes. And I even pointed out, that means budgetary outlay. I said that. That means, and they said yes. So so my third question is, have we really now complied with the Philippine government's commitment to give its own counterpart to that food hub. Otherwise, I think it will never happen. So 3 questions, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, President GMA, for your questions. Can I start from the third going up because the last, okay. For the food hub, former president, we've talked about this with DA secretary, and we agreed that he will be the one to handle this because number one, he has more budget than DTI, so he will be the one to execute this food hub. We've spoken about this early on in when I just got appointed around 6 months. So the DA will be the one to execute this food hub. And then because this also has aside from that, he has the budget, and he was already planning this actually. So we agreed that just one agency will do it, and all other department or one department will do it, will be the lead, and all other departments will be support. So that's for the food hub, and then for us, we will be establishing, in fact, in 2 months, we will be opening the MSME flagship store in the DTI office, which is around 400 square meters, where we will feature the products of the different regions that are compliant, that are registered, and that are ready for both local wholesale distribution and global sales also. So now we have a place where we can bring foreigners there. We can do B2B. We can also do, you can also buy retail to try it out. So they can sell locally and both globally. So that's what we're opening. And it's going to be a very, since I'm from the retail industry, more dynamic, more updated, and more globally accepted. Yes, yes, ma'am. And then, so for that, and then for the bamboo industry, ma'am, I totally agree with you. Coconut is now our star, and I think we need another star, which is the bamboo. It's a nice story to tell when we go abroad. It's something that we can push. Last year in the presidential award, may nanalo yung bamboo na naging, yung wood that can be used now for flooring, can be used for furniture. So thank you, ma'am, for the suggestion. We will, actually, I didn't think of this, to be honest. So we will push for budget for this so that now we have a star number 2, which is aside from the coconut, we also have the bamboo. And I was just talking to a congressman from Isabela who makes now the bamboos into, because he's congressman of Kawayan, so, or mayor of Kawayan, so he made into clothing, aside from the different products that can come out of the bamboo. And of course, the first one, which is the different eco zones, I totally agree with you, ma'am, that the eco zones need to be pushed na it's very, parang it's clean, it's easy to be able to open businesses in the eco zone. Dapat wala siyang glitch from the DOF or from other departments. So we're working on this with Secretary Ralph Recto for this one. But of course, there's some challenges pa rin, especially for BIR and for the different, especially when another department is also part of this whole, so because for us, we give the incentives that create more, can give, which we also explain to the different investors. But yes, you're correct that there are problems that we encounter regarding the DOF. So I have here DG Massimo, yeah, DG Massimo to discuss further on this, ma'am.
DG Magsino po.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, Secretary, Mr. Chair, Congresswoman. What has happened in the case, I'm from the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, and what has happened was that the VAT zero rating incentives for those in the transitory, including all the registered business enterprise, is still granted to them, provided that they meet the 70-30 export to local sales This was
Mr. Chairman, exactly. There is no 70-30 in the create nor in the create more. So what happened is that DIR is legislating. I worry that argument has been pointed out to them. There is no provided. I have all the transitory provisions here with me now. There is no such thing as provided 70-30. It's incumbent upon the eco zones to fight for the rights of their constituents.
Ma'am, we can discuss this again with the BIR. I can talk to them on this and I can relate to them your concerns because it seems that maybe we're not totally aware of the magnitude of this complaints also. Then I'll discuss this, ma'am, with Secretary Ralph Recto and also Commissioner Lumagi on the problems that are that these investors are encountering.
Thank you to our former president, GMA. Next in line, from the minority, Representative Iris Montes. Is she here? Okay. Ito. Since she's not here yet, from the majority, Vice Chair Dale Corvera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really wanted to ask questions because I want to support a budget increase for DTI. Lalo na dito sa mga attached agencies and GOCCs under DTI. My question, Mr. Chair, what is specific accountability mechanism will DTI implement to guarantee that these budget increases translate into tangible economic gains and alignment with the Philippine Development Plan, assuming na may increase sa budget ng mga attached agencies at GOCCs.
Thank you, Honorable Congressman, for the question. No? For one, during my term, I've already established also strict guide or strict mandate to make sure that the utilization rate of this budget is high. Because from the utilization rate, doon natin makikita rin if the budget is being used to implement the programs. Then we also have a department that really checks on the performance of each and every functional group, as we call them. But of course, ang important dito is the utilization rate kasi doon mo makikita talaga kung ginagamit yung funds to really push the program. So even how much we push it, but if the utilization rate is low, then that means these programs are not being pushed. And of course, we also have kasi for the MSMEs lalo, they always tend to complain also, especially if we don't give them enough opportunities or enough programs or enough time to really get their business going. So our regional offices, headed by the regional directors, they're being bombarded by complaints also by the different MSMEs in each of the regions. So pinupush talaga. Ang important is really to make sure that the procurement is being done and the utilization rates are very high.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Sa ngayon, ang pinaka-issue, ang flood control project. and the Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board, operating under the SIAP, has the power to penalize contractors for violations of their license. Ang tanong ko, what budgetary allocation has been provided to PCAB SIAP to fulfill its regulatory and enforcement functions? At ang amount nito, sufficient ba?
That's a good question, Honorable Congressman. No? Yeah, SIAP and PCAB is under DTI, and we give the license for the different contractors, whether they're the regular contractors or the AAA or quadruple A, based on their based on the different guidelines set by the PCAB and the SIAP. I will forward you to Attorney Matienzo, ED Matienzo, who is the head of the SIAP and PCAB, to explain further. He's not here now. Maybe, syempre maraming ano ngayon because of the flood control, no? But for PCAB and SIAP, what our the main mandate is to give the license to these contractors. And if they fail to deliver, or they fail to comply with the different guidelines, then of course they're being penalized. Actually, I have it. Hold on. I'll get po the guidelines, and then I'll present it to you maybe after another question.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. Kasi we want also to know ng mga challenges along the way sa implementation ng kanilang mandate.
Yes, for PCAB and SIAP, we just give the license, and then for the projects to be approved, there's many other guidelines also that is taken into consideration, and one of them is just the PCAB and the SIAP license. But there's many other, let's say, business permits or many other guidelines that a contractor has to follow when they get government projects.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Now, sa ibang concern, I understand na ang main export destination ng Pilipinas is Hong Kong. At pangalawa naman ang US, lalo na dito sa ating mga electronic integrated circuits. And last July 22, ang US ay nag-impose ng 19% tariff. Ang tanong ko, how this affect the electronics production of the country?
Honorable Congressman, did you mean the U.S. tariff?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We can't divulge exactly the details because we signed an NDA agreement with the United States government. But for the 19% tariff, there are different industries that we gave, but there are also some industries that we did not give, which is the agriculture industries. Because if we gave that for zero tariff, it would kill the agriculture business in the Philippines, especially that ang hinihingi nila was just a small percentage. So it's not commensurate to what will happen to the agriculture industry in the Philippines. For the 19% tariff, what we gave, the last from the usual that we've already published that we gave, the industries, was the pharma. Because we all agreed, the economic team already agreed that if we bring the pharma products to 0%, the ones from the manufactured in the US, then that would give our mamamayang Pilipino cheap medicines. So, yun, magandang ano yun. So, kasama po yun sa zero tariff ng ibebenta ng mga US. So, in other words, our mamamayan Pilipino now can choose which medicines they like na mababa yung presyo. Because, syempre, we already know that some of the medicines from the US are also good quality. That's one. And the other one, the last one that we gave was also the medical equipments. So we also need a lot of the medical equipments, especially that especially mga diagnostics and other medical equipment that are needed in the hospitals that are manufactured also in the US na good quality. So with a zero tariff in that, that would also give our mamamayang Pilipino a chance to be able to at least get good testing, good diagnostics also. So for us, the economic team, we were able to give what we felt was good for the country.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Corbera. Next in line from the minority, Representative Iris Montes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Ilang katanungan lamang po mula sa kababaihan kabalikatan para sa kapakanan at kaunlaran ng bayan. Yung aking pong tanong ay nakasentro po sa pag-underscore po ng need to ensure that women, particularly those leading micro and small enterprises, those in rural and marginalized areas, are given attention and are not left behind. The Magna Carta on Women mandates all government agencies to allocate resources and design programs that directly uplift women. So I would just like to find out exactly how much from your budget are clearly directed towards empowering women, expanding their livelihood opportunities, and ensuring their fair access to markets, financing, and digital platforms. In the proposed 2026 budget, how much is directly allocated for programs benefiting women entrepreneurs, particularly those in MSMEs and micro enterprises?
Thank you, Honorable Congresswoman. We're checking lang if there's an allocation for that, no. But we have a program from SB Corp now that we just launched 2 weeks ago, which was the Women Enterprise Fund. So pautang po yun para sa mga negosyo that are women-led and women-owned. So that's one. And then by next year, we will be coming up with a trade show that's women-owned and women-led businesses also. Na yun lang, yun lang yung sasali dun sa trade show na yun. Because in our trade shows now, we're really able to encourage wholesale buy and retail buy. So for the women fund talaga, I think there's...
Meron po ba tayong disaggregated data para agency tungkol dito? How much ang na-spend para sa mga kababaihan?
We don't have that one, ma'am. We don't have that exact amount na naka-separate talaga na for women lang.
If we do not have disaggregated data, how do we ensure po na nabibigyan natin ng tamang atensyon yung mga kababaihan, nakakakuha sila ng appropriate budget from your agency, at paano din po natin malalaman kung ang mga interventions natin ay tugma sa kanilang mga pangangailangan. Ano po? I just would like to share this actually in the hindi lang po siguro DTI, pati po sa ibang ahensya din ng pamahalaan. Tuwing-tuwi pong tinatanong kung may disaggregated data, parang napakahirap to come up with that. I just want to share isang article po, it's entitled Strengthening Women Entrepreneurs from the Institute of Corporate Studies, Directors, I'm sorry. Sinasabi po dito, the absence of disaggregated data impedes the formulation of evidence-based and responsive policy measures, programs, projects, and activities of the public and private sectors which can support access to finance, markets, networks, technology, and digitalization. So, yun po ang sinasabi ko, kung wala po tayong disaggregated data, paano natin mai-ensure that the programs are aligned with the Magna Carta of Women and other gender-responsive policies? Paano din po natin makakasiguro, how can we make sure that mechanisms are in place to make financing, training, and market access more accessible to women, especially those in rural areas, indigenous communities, and conflict-affected regions? Pangatlo po, how do we measure now and report the number of women beneficiaries reached by your livelihood programs?
Yes, actually, Congresswoman, this is a good idea. No, we will implement this in the DTI because actually 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, we started already with the Women's Enterprise Fund because we feel that talagang yun yung sector, yun yung area na kulang pa that we need to push. So thank you for the suggestion, and we will really set aside fund just for the women. Aside from this, for ASEAN 2026, one of the main topics will be for trade at least, no? Because we're in charge of the trade part, where I'm the chairperson, will be the women-led businesses, women-owned businesses, and women in business. So yun ang magiging one of the major topics na i-discuss for ASEAN 2026. So timely din po yung suggestion ninyo sa amin. So just like all other programs, we can evolve to really make it more specific na women po. So thank you.
Maraming salamat din po. Ilan na lamang pong katanungan. On partnership and inclusivity, do you work with women's groups, cooperatives, civil society, para mag-design po ng mga programang truly responsive sa mga pangangailangan nila? Nakikipagtulungan din po ba kayo, nagko-consult at least sa level ng LGU para naman mapalakas natin yung women-led enterprises sa grassroots level?
Yes, actually, we work with the different may women biz, what's the others nga? Women biz, AWEN, and many other women organizations. But what we don't have is we don't have yung quantifiable a number at least, or something na parang talagang specific program para sa kanila. But we work with them po closely.
Sige po, maraming salamat po, Madam Secretary. I
you.
appreciate your response and your commitment
Thank
to at
you.
least endeavor na magkaroon po tayo ng disaggregated data on women para naman po yung ating mga polisiya at programa ay talagang responsive sa kanila, and we can come up with evidence-based policy and program formulation for our women. So yun lamang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Yes.
And I hope I can receive that data from you kung
Yes, we
kaya
will.
pa, may disaggregated data para maging basis din natin in the future para meron din po tayong baseline. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Congresswoman. To be honest, tama po kayo. Kasi sa MSME, 60% of it represents 60% of the labor force, and 62% is women. So maraming salamat sa suggestion, and definitely we will do this in the DTI. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Montes. I would just like to remind the department there's already general provision in the expenditure program, in the NEP, regarding gender and development budget tagging. All national government agencies shall tag their GAD budget and the utilization thereof by submitting the annual GAD plan and budget and the annual GAD accomplishment report respectively to the Philippine Commission on Women and the DBM through the gender mainstreaming monitoring system. So it's mandated upon all national agencies to submit it or have a GAD plan already. So please provide the data requested by Representative Montes to this also to this committee.
Tawag na sir, tawag na tayo. Pag skip natin.
Next in line, from the majority, Representative Leo Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam Secretary, of course, the DTA family. Yung katanungan ko lang po, Mr. Chair, regarding po ito dun sa programa natin na roulette. Ano po ito, yung access roads leading to trades, industries, economic zone. Ito po yung roads leveraging linkages for industry and trade. Ito po sa kalaman po lang natin kasi doon po sa amin, sa probinsya po namin, sa Catanduanes. So hindi pa po kami nakaka-avail nitong programa na ito. So aywan ko lang po sa ibang distrito o sa ibang kung ito ba naka-avail na sila ng programang ito. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Congressman Rodriguez. Actually, tama po kayo. Yung roll it, what we did now, because actually there's a lot of investors that have been complaining also. Not a lot, but there are quite a number of foreign investors that have been complaining about yung roads papunta sa kanilang factory. So nagtayo sila ng planta, pero ang problema, yung mga roads hindi paved. So nahihirapan yung trucks nila pumasok na yung nadadamage yung mga produkto na dinadala doon or siniship out nila. So what we did now in the DTI is to get one person that's in charge of roll it to make sure that lahat ng roll it projects magagawa po ito because we understand that the need for the road has to be done, especially to bring products from one location to another. Kasi like logistics, we need to get it done also. So, importante po yung mga roads na ito. So, I've assigned Attorney Ariel Nagtalon to actually tutukan yung roll it program na ito. So, Attorney Ariel, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Secretary. Mr. Chair, good afternoon. Based po dun sa based po sa regional office po natin sa Region 5, meron pong mga suggested projects po na has to go under validation pa po ng DTI and DPWH po. Meron lang po kasing mga certain requirements po yung roll it and we can extend naman po yung requirements po, mabigay po namin yung requirements po sa office nyo po para po guided din po yung.
Kasi sa paliwanag po ni Madam Secretary, so parang ang mabibenepisyo lang doon parang yung malaking company.
Ay, hindi naman po. Actually, hindi naman po. That's just one of the example po ng why we assigned also one person para lahat ng roads po I mentioned also to move one product to another. Let's say food products kailangan i-move. Let's say pag may bagyo, matsalanta, yung there's a lot of calamities. Pag hindi ho maayos yung road, hindi ho natin ma-move, which I mentioned a while ago, which we cannot move now, basic necessities and prime commodities or even food products from one area to another if the roads are not paved. And then another problem is also the investors who have invested in a certain province tapos yung road po hindi rin gawa. So parang the investment is done in bad faith, di ba? Hindi natin ma-pave yung road. So we have assigned one person that's really in charge now of roll it para niya yung mga to make sure that the roads are done.
Ito po yung kasi minsan kasi di nyo masyado to na papaliwanag siguro doon sa lalong-lalo na po yung mga malilit natin na naghahanap buhay, nagsisimula. Kasi minsan, alam mo naman, Catanduanes is Abaca capital. So, iyan ba, pupwede rin ba yan doon sa mga Abacano natin? Bukod doon sa ibang produkto?
Mr. Chair, may the regional director answer that because he's the one more adept in the field po. Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pwede rin yun sa ibang produkto.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We can forward you, Mr. Chair, the roller's guide so that you would be well informed, Mr. Chair.
Kasi marami tayong produkto doon. Alam naman natin, mayroon tayong maisan, mayroon tayong mga manihan. So, bakit po hindi sila nakakabil nito? Yung mga lugar na yun. Medyo, kaya doon kami medyo nagtataka. So, kung bakit, sabi ko hanggang ngayon, simula nung in-implement yung programa na yan, wala pa po kaming hindi pa po kami nabibenepisyuhan na yan ng programa na yan. Samantalang kailangan namin yan doon.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
For 1 year lang po ako as DTI Secretary. So we're implementing kung ano yung may implement namin for during my term. So we've assigned Attorney Ariel to make sure that lahat ng mga roads na nire-request ninyo can be done because we need to move nga the products. We need to move products from one point to another, especially the products that are food or products that need to be sold to the different regions.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So, nandiyan naman si Director. So, sana naman magkaroon na tayo doon sa isla, Kasi ilang years yun na ba itong programa? Ilang years na ito?
8 years, Mr. Chair.
8 years. Ni isa, wala man lang kaming hindi man lang kami na nalagyan yan ng roll-it na yan. So, samantalang marami naman tayong produkto doon na dapat natin na ibaba na galing doon sa taas. Kasi napaka-importante po yan doon sa amin. Lalo na, baka capital kami. So, alam naman natin, marami tayong farm-to-market road na talagang kinoconstruct para lang po dito sa mga produkto natin. Ito, sabi ko, isa to sa mga katulong. Kasi halos parehas lang po ang programa nyo. Doon sa DA, yung Ipimar, parang ganon din Ganon din, produkto rin naman ang dadaanan nito Para may baba natin ng mabilis na walang masayang. So, madalisa naman ito, po? Baka pwede naman bigyan nyo naman kami ako ng data po kung sino na po yung nakabil nito na region.
Yes, Congressman.
Baka
Then,
pwede.
he can give you can get the number of Attorney Ariel and then you can follow up with him yung the different roll-it projects kasi siya talagang naka-assign just one person to make sure that the roads are done because nga we need to move the products also for sales and also pag may calamities and also for the investors.
Okay, yun lang po. On the record lang po, Mr. Chair, na makahingi lang ako ng development plan ng itong programa natin ng Roll-it.
Yes.
Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Representative Rodriguez. Next in line from the minority, Representative Robert Nazal.
Good afternoon to the DTI family. Good afternoon, Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On your earmarked revenues, on the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development Fund, yung created under RA 9501, could you provide a detailed explanation of the provision that allocates 90% of penalties collected from lending institutions for non-compliance with the amended Magna Carta for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises? Specifically, what types of violations by lending institutions are being cited as the basis for these penalties?
Undersecretary Bless Lantayon of the Regional Operations Group will explain this.
Sige po.
If I'm not mistaken, that is the provision under the Magna Carta that penalizes financing institutions
Yes.
that do not lend to the to the
Yes.
MSMEs.
Yes.
And I think that provision has already expired in 2018, Congressman.
But ma'am, may I ask, kasi you have a balance from December 31 of 2023 of 127 million. And then based on your report, you have collections of 21 million in 2023, 2024, and 2025. Meron po kayo na kolekta. So, kung nag-lapse na po siya, saan po nanggagaling yung pera?
Yeah, we'll pass to ASEC Ablan regarding these funds.
Yes, Mr. Chair. To answer the Honorable Nazal, the funds have reverted back to the Bureau of Treasury po. It goes straight to the Bureau of Treasury. So we don't have it at the DTI, Mr. Chair.
So wala na po ito?
Yes.
But bakit po meron expenditures in 2023 may expenditure na 17 million and then 2024 there was an expenditure of 21 and then 2025 may 21 million din expenditure.
Mr. Chair, that goes to the MSME Council funds. So it's that one is for the MSME Council funds, Mr. Chair, which the group of USEC Bless implements.
So hindi siya nag-revert?
Yung, Mr. Chair, these are the remnants before the law expired. So we are finishing that funds. Any payment after that goes to the Bureau of Treasury.
But you have, can you explain that? I just want to understand.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasi meron kayong collection pa eh. So if you're saying it's 2018 na nag-lapse po siya.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's the remnants of those collected in years prior po. Correct?
Can you explain? Can you expound on that?
Yes, USEC. May I yield to USEC Bless, Mr. Chair?
Every year, Congressman, there is an allocation to the SMED Council of an amount of 21 million, and that is used for the National SMED Council projects. And every year, that is 21 million until it is exhausted. So like this.
So up to when is that?
Until the fund is exhausted.
Saan po nanggagaling? So there are still collections from the financial institutions?
No more. That's the total amount of collections in the previous year, and that is being used by the SMED Council. But after the law has that one has expired, there is no more collection. So there is a certain fund that has been collected, and part of that every year will go to the SMED Council.
So yun ang nire-reflect yung revenues?
It's not a revenue.
Nakalagay po sa report niyo yun eh.
I don't know how the entry is being done.
So effectively, parang based on your report, we are still collecting an amount every year. So 2023, 24, 25. May I know how the funds are being spent?
Okay. As far as the SMED Council is concerned, the different regions or the different committees in the SMED Council, they submit a project proposal, and then that will be evaluated by the Secretariat, which is the Bureau of Small and Medium Enterprise Development, and for final approval of the projects by the SMED Council.
So this is something, what is can you describe? The SMED Council, Small and Medium Enterprise Development.
Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development Council, which is chaired by the Secretary of Trade and Industry, and the Vice Chairman is coming from the private sector. The island groups, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, they also have their representation and appointed by the President. And there is also representation from the youth, from women's sector also. So that constitutes the SMED Council plus the other agencies.
So, can you just explain to me also? Can you just go back to yung my question earlier? Saan po nanggagaling sa ngayon yung reflected revenues? So meron pa tayong nakukolekta.
Hindi na po kasi when that one expired,
Yes.
there are no more penalties collected from the banks which did not lend to the micro, small, and medium enterprises. So there's no more. And I'm not really sure on our accounting why that is reflected as they might have a reason for that. But on the part of the SMED Council, we are on the utilization of the fund, and that is to the tune of 21 million a year.
Yes. So yun ang ginagawa nyo.
Yun ginagawa namin, sir,
Yeah.
sa doon sa fund na yun.
Siguro pakicorrect na lang po yung entries dun sa accounting. And then, kasi as of 2023 nga December 31, you still have 127 million. So, I think kung ano ba yung utilization rate natin dun sa SMEC?
Sa SMED Council,
SMED Council.
21 as far as proposals
So-
are concerned. Sometimes our proposals are even beyond 21.
Yes.
But we are limited to the funding allocation of 21
21.
per year. Yes, yes, po.
How come? Are we limited to using these funds for the SMEC, or can we also use them for, let's say, SB Corp?
No.
Pwede ba yun? No? No?
Hindi ata.
Okay. Anyway, going to my next question. Sa going to yung RA 11861, Expanded Solo Parents Welfare Act. So, the RA 11861 expands the Solo Parents Welfare Act. Agencies are urged to include solo parents in applicable programs, recognizing their unique daily challenges alongside other groups such as senior citizens and persons with disabilities. How is the DTI incorporating expanded provisions of the Solo Parents Welfare Act into its current programs aimed at improving livelihoods and conditions for Filipinos? Can you please provide concrete examples of programs or initiatives that now include solo parents and any performance indicators or targets?
Honorable Congressman, the solo parent is not with us, but and we also don't have any programs for solo parent. Usually our programs are for everyone. That's why when Congresswoman suggested not to have the women's, parang it was a good idea for us to at least create programs that's really naka-focus sa women-led.
Siguro ma'am,
We can also
Madam
do
Secretary,
this,
you can take a look at the law kasi we should be prioritizing solo parents, or we should
Correct.
at least be creating programs specific to them.
Correct.
Kasi po, alam naman po natin,
Yeah, mahirap.
when you're a solo parent, di ba?
Yes. Correct.
Nag-aalaga ka ng anak, and then you're working, so baka applicable sa kanila yung mga work from home or maybe programs which they can do from their livelihood programs na pwede nilang gawin nang habang nasa bahay sila.
Yes, thank you for this suggestion, and definitely we will do this.
Representative Desal, your time is up.
Just another last question. So under the RA 11861, solo parents are entitled to 7 days of parental leave with pay, including for job order and contract of service employees. Are you currently implementing this? Gusto ko lang pong itanong.
Ase Chris Ablan will explain this.
Yes, Mr. Chair. At the DTI, and so far as our employees are solo parents, we do implement the law.
So if this is even for JOs and COS?
only for our plantilla employees, Mr. Chair.
Yun po. Kasi nasa RA 11861 na dapat po kahit JOs tsaka COS, included po, entitled po sila sa 7-day leave. So, one suggestion during our hearing with the Civil Service Commission was isama na po sa contract nila yung 7-day leave for JOs and contract of service workers. So, pwede po ba namin asahan na ganun na po ang gagawin nyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. And thank you to the DTI family. And I believe dapat po dagdagan po ang inyong budget. So,
Thank you, Kong.
para matulungan niyo rin po yung mga solo parents.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Representative
Kong.
Lazal.
Thank you very much.
Next in line, Vice Tina Pancho.
Good afternoon po. With regard to livelihood seeding program, I assume that this is intended for farmers, for planters. Yung livelihood seeding program po natin, that is for farmers.
Yes, I'll defer to Asek Dominic Tolentino for the answer to this, Kong.
Magandang hapon po, Madam Secretary. Madam Congresswoman, hindi po kasama yung mga farmers doon, bagkus ang mga kasama po yung mga micro businesses, yung mga sari-sari and iba't iba pang maliliit na hanap buhay. Ang kategorya po nito, yung isa mayroong existing na 1 year na hanap buhay at kompleto po ang papel at naapektuhan po ng mga kalamidad. Yun po yung PPG, pagbangon at
Pagkabuhayan sa pagbangon at ginhawa.
Yes po, yes po.
Same thing with negosyo serbisyo sa barangay.
Yes po.
So yun po ang beneficiaries natin. Doon po tayo nagkikater affected by typhoons.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
How about yung livelihood seeding program? What's this? Yung livelihood seeding program?
Affected din po ng mga kalamidad, subalit existing na po yung hanap buhay nila. So kailangan po makarecover sila at matulungan po silang makabangon muli.
So ano po ito in terms of cash or nego card o kit ng livelihood?
Madam Congresswoman, may iba't iba pong pangangailangan yung mga micro businesses. Depende po sa assessment ng ating mga regional and provincial director. Pag minsan po, binibigyan po namin ng mga tools, equipment, panghanap buhay. Kunwari po, mga kalde-kaldero, kung sila po ay magluluto o magkakarinderya. So, iba't iba po na mga pangangailangan po ng mga micro businesses.
So, yung nego card, is that included po doon sa program? Yung mga nego card o different program?
Ma'am, isa-iba po yan sa DOLE.
Sa DOLE po.
Opo.
So, yung sa inyo na yung mga small items lang para
Yes,
to
ma'am.
recover,
Ma'am, for example, sari-sari paninda. Kasama po doon yung mga kung ano-anong paninda nila sa mga tindahan nila right away. And pagka minsan meron po silang bigasan package. So, naititinda, pinapaikot po nila yan. At ang isa pa po dyan na talagang mabenta po, meron din po yung mga digital programs na para po sa kabataan na gustong maghanap buhay, yung mga design, ganyan.
Opo.
Yun lang po.
Opo, thank you po. Sa Cooperative Development Authority po, sir. Sir, may na-encounter na po ba kayo na members po na jeepney drivers na naghingi sa inyo ng financial assistance para sa modernization program po?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor, and to our chair. Yes, ma'am, may naghingi na po. The unfortunate situation lang, wala pong fund or budget ang CDA for that. What we do is refer them to financial institutions and cooperatives too, Madam Chair.
Kasi nga, tama po sabi kanina ng ating kasama po dito na we have local manufacturers here in the Philippines. So, pwede mas mura po sila and mas kayang bayaran po ng ating po mga jeepney drivers compared po dun sa mga imported na dumadating po sa atin. So you don't have funds for that. So you refer them to other banks or other cooperatives po.
Yes, we refer them to financial institutions like Land Bank, DBP, and cooperative banks and cooperative federations who have enough funds to assist our transport cooperatives, ma'am.
But if you will be given the chance to have additional fund, kaya? Kaya po.
Yes, we will. We can. And we will be more than willing to assist our transport cooperatives, ma'am.
You will be given additional fund po para we can cater the local manufacturers here to have the jeepney drivers. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you rin po, ma'am. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Tina Pancho. Next in line, Representative Roy Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. Good afternoon, DTI family. I am from City of Santa Rosa, and Santa Rosa is tagged as the little Detroit of the Philippines. So that's why my question is gearing towards, is there a clear policy to safeguard or to maintain the operations of car manufacturers in our country? And while we have these policies, habang ang mga car manufacturers, as we fully understand, doing their CBU that is completely built up, all cars are coming from Thailand, coming from China. So the reason for this, it negates employment for our people. Kapag po ang dating ng mga sasakyan sa atin ay panay CBU, meaning to say, it negates employment. In line with this, is there a plan or a clear direction for the DTI to promote the local suppliers, the backyard fabrications? Because the cars, like for example, the Isuzu, Toyota, and Mitsubishi, they are coming in a CBU, but others are coming in a cab and chassis. So in that sense, kung cab and chassis po to, may trabaho na naghihintay para sa mga Pilipino sa atin, no? Because like Almasora, Santa Rosa Motors, in that sense, I'm asking the good secretary, is there a plan or is strong to compel, since we are collaborating with the car manufacturers, can we compel, or not just to encourage, but to compel them to somehow discourage the CBU activity of this car manufacturing company?
Thank you, Honorable Congressman. Yes, actually in the cars and in the race program, there's really percentage that they are compelled to buy the parts of these cars from the MSMEs or from the local sellers. Of course, the cars that are being sold here, or the cars that avail of the plan or of the race program, I mean, are also the cars that are in demand. Kasi even if we encourage other people to come up with cars of their own, but if there's no demand, malulugi din po sila. So we give incentives through the BOI, through PEZA, for the different car manufacturers to either open a manufacturing plant or to at least operate them, no? But ang mga nag-avail are just the Toyota, Mitsubishi for the cars program, and for the race program, we've opened it to other car manufacturers also. So, but most of those who avail are those that have the demand also of the consumers, or of the people. But part of what is expected of them, which is part of the rule, is they need to buy a certain percentage from the local manufacturers talaga, which actually yun ang sometimes nagiging problem ng mga big corporations to open in the Philippines because of the the demand that they must buy from local manufacturers.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. My next question is about Go Negosyo Centers are supposed to help MSME. While we understand and alam niyo po naman, sa Santa Rosa, meron pong Go Negosyo Center. So you are fortunate enough because we gave a good place for the DTI. But some other cities or municipalities, wala pong magandang mga opisina ang Go Negosyo Center. Sa Santa Rosa po, considering the influx of businesses and the trade in operations in our city, meron lang pong isang business consultant, counselor na po, and there are 4 JOs given by the cities. So in that sense, how can we promote a strong mentorship? How can we promote marketing strategies? How can we promote partnership? So, siguro po talaga kailangan dagdagan ng budget nyo for this para po mapalakas natin ang negosyo natin. No? And I commend the DTI family dahil for doing well in our district. And lastly, I would like to invite you na sana po can you relocate in Santa Rosa to put your regional office? So somewhere in Nuvali or somewhere in Greenfield, Santa Rosa. Meron na po ba kayo? Nuvali. So together with Congresswoman Cha Hernandez, Congressman Armand Dimagila, and Congressman Ramil Hernandez. So Laguna are doing well and with partnership with you DTI family. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Congressman. Yes, tama po kayo. Yung budget ang naging problem namin, especially for the salaries also of the people. So we can really strengthen also the negosyo centers. And for Santa Rosa, I've actually been suggesting your location to the different foreign investors, especially that industrialization po ang nakikita namin talagang trust ng city. Kasi some they want it closer, they want it south, they want it north. So we suggest locations that are really pro-industrializations para yung permit po mas mabilis. Yes. So thank you po.
Thank you, Representative Roy Gonzalez. Next in line, Vice Chair Cha Hernandez.
Good noon, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, and our Madam Secretary. How are you? And our DTI family. Gusto ko rin sa Kalamba Kong Roy sana. So pinag-aagawan po namin yung region for a office. Anyway, we've heard about the DTI's programs, diba po, especially to strengthen our MSMEs and export sector, and we laud you on that. And now I would like to highlight are 2 high-value crops that are full of potential and are really part of our Filipino identity, and that's ube and calamansi. And these are the products that are already earning recognition, and not just recognition, they're gaining admiration globally. So I hope they're given the support they deserve. And my queries are simple and just come from these farmers. These are the direct concerns of the farmers and the small entrepreneurs. First, in the case of ube, especially those that are being nurtured and cared for by our ITA farmers. And by the way, I know that this is a multi-agency, should be a multi-agency approach. Hindi lang naman po kayo dito, but I just like to pick your brain on this. So does the DTI have sufficient funding or programs to ensure that we are not just relying on big processors, but are also directly supporting indigenous and smallholder farmers who are the true stewards of these varieties, and we have a lot of varieties of ube because I hope they're given priority. Second, regarding calamansi, baka po kasi isang sagot lang naman. A fruit that almost every Filipino has memories of, diba? All of us, and especially with the sausawan. But according to experts, it's kind of being left behind, so quote unquote, compared to other citrus fruits in ASEAN neighbors. So does the DTI have a clear budget or program for calamansi processing and value adding and export ready products? And because I found out that in Vietnam, they're already selling these products. Para hindi lang tayo malimitahan to selling to only fresh fruit, would just only last maybe a week. Third, on the aspect of market access and branding, both ube and calamansi have strong cultural branding. So how is the DTI helping local cooperatives and SMEs gain access to branding, marketing, and trade fairs so that these products can be showcased, of course, not just locally, but also on the international stage? And finally, how does the DTA ensure that the support for ube and calamansi is not just concentrated in major cities, but also truly felt in the provinces, and especially exactly where our farmers are actually planting and processing these crops? Because we can sense and we can see, and I'm sure there is data, there is a global demand for them, and I hope that the profit and benefits may be also felt by them. And here in our own country, if you can see in social media, kitang-kita na po yung pagkagusto ng ube ng mga foreigners, especially in New York, in Australia, etc. So I raise this concern because, of course, this isn't just about the promotion of business, but most importantly, the upliftment of our livelihood, of our farmers and communities, which is really the foundation of our trade and agriculture. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Congresswoman. Yes, actually, ube and calamansi are really, for me, ace products now, no, that we really need to market both locally and globally. Actually, ube through the farmers is really it's really part of DA. And then for DTI, once it's finished products, then we can really find market for these products. You can either go directly to me. I'll give you my card. So all the companies that sell the ube and that are ready to be sold locally, I have access to SM and all the big retailers that will buy these products. But I also encourage them to avail of the free booths in the DTI trade show, both in your province and also in NCR, because these trade shows have been very successful, as we've had a lot of export through the trade shows, and locals we sell also to wholesalers locally, cafes, hotels, restaurants, etc. So you can all the trade shows are free. And we have so many people that go to the trade shows. We've already reached the 60,000 mark for 5 days only. And our sales have already gone to 90 million and to 113 million pesos. So that's for a product like ube and calamansi, that should not be difficult to sell. A lot of hotel buyers have come to the DTI trade shows to look for supplies also. So that's one thing that we can assist you with also, or assist those companies. Another thing, if they're export ready, we have the Foreign Trade Service Corps, or in the DTI, which I can give you, better to give you my number, and then maybe we can meet and you can bring some of them. They can sell the products all over the world. We have 29 offices with 21 trade attaches that can really do a B2B for these products, and without a middleman, directly. But there are some companies abroad, let's say, sige, sabihin natin sa Japan, Don Quixote has already spoken to me, and they want now products, SME products and Filipino products that will be sold in 782 stores worldwide. Kasi marami ng Pinoy. So, if you go to Japan, Don Quixote, you can see madami ng Filipino products. So, they're still looking for more products. So, again, I can assist with that. And also in UAE, we have Lulu, which is the biggest supermarket and department store in the Middle East. So, they've been buying a lot of these products also. And I've been, madami na rin nabibenta doon sa mga locations na yon. So, both locally and globally, definitely the DTI has market access to this. And hindi siya mahirap ibenta, especially ube and calamansi, except that of course they have to meet the certain standard set if the global market. But for the local, then we can just match them to the different wholesale companies, and then they can also showcase in our MSME flagship store, which we are opening in the next 2 months, where we will encourage local wholesale buyers also. And then for we have rin pala the DTI B2B, the B2B marketplace, which they can put their products in there. So when may mga naghahanap ng Filipino products, they just type in, then their name will come out. Parang Alibaba ito. So the DTI has that program also on the digital platform for products na you can enter. So that for that one, you can check with the different negosyo centers and the regional offices. They can on board that. And then, what else pa? The support for the packaging of the MSMEs. Packaging is really our biggest problem, to be honest. So we have the Design Center of the Philippines that can make designs for those products. We have some products, let's say like Oro chocolate. The chocolate, of course, is not as good as the chocolate, or just as par as the chocolate in France or in Japan or what, but yung packaging niya maganda. So either you can put in your province design, like a design center to make the packaging, kasi yun na lang yung problem natin eh. Actually the taste we already have it, it's just the packaging talaga. So, but we're doing a pilot in the DTI office for this packaging design center. So we're hoping that if it does well, we can also suggest this in the different provinces. But I think you may use the design center, but sometimes overloaded na rin sila. So you might be able to suggest a company that may want to do this for them. And then, for access for financing, we have the SB Corp that they can go to sbcorp.gov.ph and they can loan from very low all the way to very high with a very low interest rate, and of course the payment terms are very flexible. Then the processing time, lalo na for konting loan from 5,000 to 5 million, 10 million, 5 to 7 days, no collateral needed. So we have a lot of programs for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chair, well, I'm satisfied with the response. A while ago, you have mentioned about creative industries, and for the coming fiscal year 2026, you have proposed around 50 million for Malikain Pinoy program at ang 6.7 doon ay para sa Go Local. And how would specifically with for creative workers, especially usually mga millennials and Gen Z, nakasama po kami ni Kong Nico doon pa. Tulad ng mga young designers, musicians, gamers, and content creators, do we have a specific program na po para sa kanila targeted for them because they are booming and they are really growing?
I agree with you, Kong. No? We have the Malikain Pinoy program. And then for the Go Local, we will all put them under one branding, which is the Tatak Pinoy already, so that we can market the Tatak Pinoy proudly Filipino. I have here Asek Naila Bautista, who will discuss further the programs of the Malikain Pinoy.
Thank you, Madam Secretary and Congresswoman Hernandez. We're very happy to share that Palikahing Pinoy is taking a forefront in terms of harnessing and showcasing the creatives of the Philippines. So this coming September 4, we're going to have the very first Creative Expo in the Philippines, wherein we're going to showcase the 9 domains that we're going to have. Namely, we have the audiovisual, we have the creative expressions, so on and so forth, to include the gaming and animation and also the digital services that you're saying a while ago. So all of the councils will be properly represented, And then we're going to showcase again the services that you can offer, wherein we can conduct B2B transactions and at the same time offer workshops for our artisans and creatives. And also for the Malikhaing Pinoy program, we have the so-called Malikhaing Pinoy chats, wherein we go to different universities to market our programs and also the incentives that we can bring to our creatives. So we are going to again go into the younger generation because we believe that the creative sector is a stopgap solution in terms of to showcase the soft power of our country. So once again, we're doing the rounds at the different universities and different regions as well to be able to communicate the plans of the creative industry.
Thank you. Sorry, ma'am. Yeah, thank you. Um, Well, that's just it. And Mr. Chair, I would just like to express and manifest my full support for the proposed increase in the budget for DTI because for every peso we invest in trade and MSMEs and our creative industries, that would also translate to jobs, innovation, and global competitiveness. And I believe this is not an expense; it's a growth strategy for our nation. So thank you very much, po.
Thank you, Kong. Thank you for the support.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hernandez. We would like to recognize Deputy Majority Leader Mika Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, DTI family. We're very happy that you're all here present to defend and to brief us about your budget. So, just to cut the introduction, I would like to direct my question to anyone who can answer my inquiry. So, number one is, Mr. Chair, I wish to ask the DTI family, could you provide an overview of the DTI's entrepreneurship programs specifically made or program for the youth and the women?
Okay, we have Undersecretary Bless Lantayona to actually discuss this further.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Congresswoman Gonzalez, Mika. The Department of Trade and Industry is the main implementer of the Youth Entrepreneurship Program, YEP program. And we have been implementing this since the law was passed. And we have three components of the program, which is actually the components of the program. We have three components of the program. We have the Youth Start, and where we have the mindset, giving them the right mindset to become entrepreneur and look at employment and look at entrepreneurship as an option, for employment. And then there is the youth net, where they can organize actually themselves into groups to increase their network. And then they also have the youth match, which is exposing our youth entrepreneurs to the industries that have good potentials, and also trying to introduce them to the CEO so that they'll also get some inspiration. So we've been running this all over the country, and this is in partnership with the other government agencies and likewise the private sector in the locality. So that's what we are doing, for the youth entrepreneurship program. And then when they are ready, they can actually always avail of the regular programs of the DTI, like the Kapatid Mentor Me, which is a mentorship program in partnership also with the Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship, Go Negosyo. And then we also have, if they are also ready and qualify and need financing, we refer them to the financing institutions, particularly the SB Corporation, which gives it's very accessible financing program which is under the Department of Trade and Industry also. And then they can also avail of the market, the trade fairs that we have, which according to our secretary, these are easily accessible to our MSMEs who qualify, and this is free of charge.
So, Mr. Chair, so if I understand the explanation from the DTI, so the YEP program is a preparatory program for the youth. Are they required to be college graduates?
Not necessarily, because they can be, they can be out of school youth, and they
So
can
how's the
also-
selection process, Mr. Chair?
they just they just enroll, they just go to the nearest negosyo center or the regional office of DTI or provincial office of DTI. But since it is youth, then we are guided by the age limit, which is 18 to 35 years old.
So given that program for the youth, do we have a budget allocation for programs directed to the youth, Mr. Chair? Or there's no specific allocation for this kind of programs?
Actually, the budget is not that big, and we can really, well, if there's more budget, then we can make it more specific and make it more youth relevant na. Kasi syempre, this program has been there for a while, so we need to tweak it a bit to make it actually more updated na.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because you've mentioned a while ago, Secretary, that DTI is also gearing towards AI, and I think that's the trend during this day, today. So I think what I'm trying to say is I think we have to encourage more youth to participate in this kind of programs, because I as well am not aware of these kinds of programs. No, so I hope that the DTI family will continue to market and to target this youth, kasi lalo na we want to encourage out of school youth to, to expand their horizon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Yeah, before we have an AI center that's opening. Dati kasi, a few months ago, the Center for AI Research was with us, but we're not, that's not our expertise to get into research. So we tweaked it. We put up an AI center which will open in the next few months in the DTI head office in NCR. And if it does well, then we will actually open it in the different provinces. But this AI center will teach actually mostly millennials, on how to use AI to drive the business. If you want to know more about this, because we're actually using the big players to drive this para hindi naman tayo napapag-iwanan ng ibang countries. ASEC Lala is here to discuss with you how we're going to use AI and other technology to really be used by these young people plus not so young people in driving the business. Kasi global na tayo so we need to use this technology. Go ahead, ASEC Lala.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. To give light to the AI and Startup Hub of DTI, it's actually a business and technology center wherein the startups can go to collaborate, ideate, and also network to the big companies that are interested in their startup businesses. So it's a good opportunity for them because number one, it provides them a space to, again, use the equipment that's available there. So for example, you're a startup and you don't have an official office, so you can go there and then stay there for about 3 to 4 months until you're ready to fly on your own. So DTI gives a lot of programs, a lot of mentoring sessions, and at the same time, we also feature a lot of AI platforms that they can use to be able to propel their businesses. So it's also a good opportunity for the big companies to introduce, for example, the Chat Genie, also the Taxumo, to be able to reach out to those MSMEs and then again put their apps into greater use. So again, this is to empower our MSMEs at the same time to develop more startups in the technology arena.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to manifest my full support on the increase of the budget of DTI. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, DML Mika Gonzalez. Next in line, Representative Nathaniel Odocado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sec Chris, and thank you sa lahat ng members ng DTI. I am very happy with the composition and the leadership of DTI, especially that I know someone who's also in the department and speaks nothing but good news about this department. So I'm currently studying a topic, Sec Chris, and I'm studying the topic of vape. So given the shift from 11900 RA 11900 na DTI is supposedly for promotions, but at the same time the product has health risks. Did the DTI or is the DTI currently conducting an impact assessment because of the transition?
Okay, that's a good question and a controversial topic. No, that's okay. We have an answer to that. For vape, DTI is strictly regulating, and actually we want all the vape companies to comply. And so far, it was rough sailing in the start, but now smooth sailing. I have here ASEC Marcos Valdez to discuss, as he's the head of this department.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. So for the vape, Mr. Chair, we're coordinating with the FDA as regards any concerns, issues on health, on the health aspect. TTI is concentrating on the regulation of the product, even if the purpose of the law is to protect the consumers on the product itself as to the safety of the products. But we are concentrating on the regulation, and for all health concerns, we do coordinate closely with the FDA.
Thank you for that, Sir Marco and Sec. Second question, as to the enforcement side, I'm really impressed with your current seizures of illegal imports. May we know if we already have prosecution data on the matter?
I'll refer this to Gino Malyari for this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. The composite team of the OSMV for handling the vape, from the enforcement, they refer prosecution cases to the Fair Trade Group, and we do have handled and adjudicated certain vape cases.
Thank you for that. And I think I want to support the increase on the enforcement budget of the DTI for this purpose.
Thank you, Your Honor.
When it comes to PS license, may we know normally what's the period for a license to be approved?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So ideally, the period should be less than 30 days. Ideally. However, it would all depend on the queuing for the laboratory, queuing for the personnel that will conduct the audits, evaluation of the lab test results, because we do not just simply receive the test results and grant the license, because there were instances at the start of our regulation when there were products with high levels of toxicity. So we have to be careful about this, especially it's being sold openly, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Just a manifestation, maybe I can approach you later. I'd like to ask for the list of registered products, as well as the timeline of registered products, including the pending products for approval, if it's possible.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Although all the registered brands, we have posted them online, both for the vaporized nicotine as well as the heated tobacco products. But we can discuss with you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Last question. I noticed that there are a lot of restrictions on flavored vapes. In fact, you issued a department a DA 2509, correct? And then I noticed that there are still some products that places the description on an open and closed parenthesis basis. Is the secondary description covered by DA 2509?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that 100% violates not only the Department of Admin order but also the law. Um, Products should not contain flavor descriptors that are attractive to minors, especially if the flavor descriptors refer to fruits, candies, desserts, and cartoon characters.
Thank you for that, sir. Lastly, just a manifestation. I hope that the MOA, I'm not sure what happened with the MOA with DTI, DepEd, and DOH. I don't know what the update with that. I hope that pushes through. And expect 100% support from this Congress for your department. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Nathaniel Odocado. Next in line, Representative Georgina De Venecia.
Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, I wish to manifest my strong support for the Department of Trade and Industry and respectfully appeal for the augmentation of its 2026 budget for the Malikhaing Pinoy program. The DTI plays a vital role in promoting trade, supporting enterprises, and strengthening industries that drive inclusive economic growth. I also wish to emphasize the need to provide greater support for the promotion and development of our creative industries, a sector rich with Filipino talent and innovation, and one that holds immense potential for jobs, investments, and global recognition. Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, investing in the DTI is investing in our competitiveness, our livelihoods, and our culture. I therefore appeal for the generous consideration of this chamber to augment its 2026 budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Congresswoman De Venecia.
Thank you, Representative De Venecia. Next in line, Vice Chairman Bong Teves.
Mr. Chair, fellow congressmen, the Department of Trade and Industry family, headed by Secretary Maria Cristina Arroque, a pleasant day to all of us. Mr. Chair, the paper manufacturing industry in the Philippines has over 55 billion pesos worth of investment from at least 10 major local paper manufacturing companies in all country. For everybody information, local na industriyang ito ay nagbibigay ng kabuhayan sa milyong-milyong Pilipino at ang industriyang ito ang dahilan kung bakit mayroong tayo mga papel sa paaralan, tissue at packaging boxes at iba pa. Sadly, Mr. Chair, this industry is slowly declining since the pandemic. Ito po ay nalulugi hindi dahil sa mababang demand, kung bakit hindi dahil sila po ay pinapatay ng mga imported na produkto mula Vietnam, Japan, Australia at iba pang bansa. Last year, Mr. Chair, President Bongbong Marcos signed Republic Act 11981 o Antatak Pinoy Act. This law aims to enhance the competitiveness of the local product in the Philippines globally and domestically. Kasama na po dito ang mga papel na gawang Pinoy dahil ito rin po ay tatak Pinoy. Ano po ba ang ginawa ng DTI para matulungan ang lokal na papel industriya natin in line with tatak Pinoy law na layunin ni President Marcos Jr.? May mga incentives ba tayong ibinibigay para sa industriyang ito? Ang ating Pangulo po ay pumupunta sa ibang bansa para kumuha ng mga investor na makakatuwang sa atin ang maglagay ng negosyo sa ating bansa. Pero dito po sa Pilipinas, meron po tayong 50 billion pesos na investment ang mga lokal na papel ngayon paano po sila mabubuhay kung hindi po natin ito bibigyan ng pansin. And I would like to acknowledge the 10th Department dahil nag-issue kayo ng Department of Administrative Order 25-11 granting the provisional safeguard measure of the importation of the corrugating medium. However, Mr. Chair, ang order po na ito ay provisional lamang at sa loob lamang ito ng 200 days. Kumbaga, band-aid solution lang po ito. Kulang na kulang po ito, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko rin pong hilingin sa ating Department of Trade and Industry na tulungan po natin ang industriya ng papel manufacturing sa ating bansa. Dahil ito po ay sarili nating produkto at gawang Pilipinas talaga. And also, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, ako po ay sumulat sa inyo last July 17, 2025 na nakikiusap na kung po pwede maging audience nyo ang pulp papel industry para naman mahingan nyo ng tulong o mahingan nyo kung ano po ang kanilang magiging solusyon sa napakalaking problema na ito. Pero August 27 na po ngayon, 1 month na, wala pa po kaming natatanggap na mga sagot para sa inyo. Hindi po ba ito'y violation na ng ACTA law? Kaya sana po, maayos po ang problemang ito. Inuulit ko po, 55 billion pesos po ang investment ng mga local manufacturers sa ating bansa. Hindi po ito basta-basta. Napakalaki pong investment dito. Sana po mabigyan po niyo ito ng solusyon. Madam Mr. Chair and Secretary, thank you po.
Thank you, Honorable Congressman. Yes, you're correct. Ang paper industry and other manufacturing industries are affected by the influx of importations or imported items, no? So we are working with the Bureau of Customs on this to make sure na kahit papaano makontrol din yung pagpasok ng mga items na from other countries. For the paper manufacturing, they can actually, we will set a courtesy call with them, with me, so that we can discuss the different incentives na pwedeng ibigay ng DTI para sa kanila, especially since they are manufacturing. We have now the new Create More Act, which is a tax incentive. So pag maganda yung pag mababa yung taxes na binabayaran nila, of course that will reduce the cost, which will make them very competitive na in the market. Aside from, of course, we are working with the Bureau of Customs to actually control yung pagpasok ng mga items na to. So with the Create More law or the Create More Act, the tax incentives can be given to them. They just have to know how they can avail of this. So we can set the meeting with them with BOI or with PEZA to see kung saan sila mas akma sa kanila. And then for the Tatak Pinoy, definitely we will be pushing that this year. We're just finishing the finishing touches for the launch of the Tatak Pinoy program. And then aside from this, we can also actually connect them to different companies that can actually buy from the paper industry. I've spoken to some of the paper manufacturing industry. They need to diversify din kasi actually most of them gumagawa ng notebooks, gumagawa ng pad paper, gumagawa ng yung paper that can easily be bought from China. But what the others did was they started to make packaging. Let's say packaging for the big, let's say, burger company or the big companies that require specialized packaging. So, hindi basta-basta makakabili ito from other countries. Yun ang nagiging trust ng ibang packaging companies. That's why they are able to survive in this industry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. may I ask a good secretary kung kailan ito po pwede nating maiharap, mabigyan nyo ng audience ang papel industry. At and also for the information of good secretary, ang concern po namin dito is not the packaging. Ang concern po natin dito is the manufacturing company, kung saan bumibili ang packaging paper. Kaya yung ang dying po natin dito is the manufacturing industry. Thank you po.
Yes, Kong, I clearly understand. Kasi yung iba, nagka-courtesy call sa akin one by one eh. So, nakakausap ko na po sila. So, we try to, of course, this is a business, di ba? So, we try to also help them find other customers. And also, we try to help them maneuver also. And one of them is the Create More Act. I'll give you a date when they can meet with me in the office, and then we can discuss the what the DTI can do for them. And then for the Tatak Pinoy program, I can transfer you now to ASEC Engel to discuss what's the plans for the Tatak Pinoy, which we will be launching this year.
Sorry. Excuse me, Vice Chair Bong Teves is already requesting, can you already provide him who can he contact to make an appointment
Yes,
for the
September
paper
4 already.
distributions?
Now the date Kong is September 4. I'm just getting the time. Yeah, September 4 in the DTI head office. Courtesy call with me. And then what time? 10 o'clock on September 4, yes.
Okay, thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Vice Chair Bong Teves.
And then maybe I can give you my card. Before we meet, they can already message what concerns para I can bring the people already who can address their concerns. Para pagdating doon, we'll try to do the problem solving also.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bong Teves. Next in line, Representative Vice Chair Edwin Ongchuan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, Secretary Cristina Roque of DTI and the DTI team, magandang hapon po sa inyo. My question can be addressed by any members of the DTI team, no? Having been a governor of Northern Samar for 2 terms, nagkaroon po kami ng maraming investments, no? Specifically the wind farm. It's a 200 megawatt wind farm, renewable energy. Malaki pong naitulong sa amin ng BOI, no? Specifically the One-Stop Action Center for Strategic Investments. I was surprised to see na the One-Stop Action Center is composed only of 7 contract of service personnel, no? Parang kulang po yata, dapat po yata dagdagan. Napakalaki pong investment na itulong sa province po namin. Billion peso investment po ang pumasok with the help of BOI, no? In fact, I have filed a bill, an act establishing green lanes for micro-business enterprises to streamline the regulatory permits and compliance requirements. So, with this, I would like to manifest my concern sa measly budget of the one-stop shop. It's only around 5 million, Mr. Chair. So, napakaliit po nito. So, I would like to manifest na sana madagdagan nito para po madagdagan ng personnel. Can I talk to somebody regarding the existing green lane projects being handled by the One-Stop Shop Action Center?
Yes, Kong, thank you for that. No, you're correct. We really need to strengthen also the BOI, especially the green lanes and the one-stop shop, especially that we are really encouraging foreign investors to come in. And as of our sales from the foreign investments have really increased by 32% from last year to the previous year. So it really shows also the confidence of the foreign investors to really invest here in our country. So we have Edie Fair here who can discuss with you the one-stop shop and the green lanes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Secretary and Your Honor. Yes, the Green Lane of the BOI is a banner project of the agency. And the objective, of course, is to handhold projects which are considered strategic. And so far, we've already assisted a lot of projects, basically for RE projects, for manufacturing, for infrastructure. And the good congressman is correct in saying that that specific unit in BOI is operating based on a very lean division manpower. And so it is really our hope for BOI that complement of I think around 7 or 9 should be augmented in terms of additional personnel. So BOI is doing investment promotion and industry dev, but the Green Lane is really something that would show how the BOI handhold investors, and basically this is ensuring that bottlenecks within the bureaucracy, getting permits and all, is addressed and facilitated. So thank you, Your Honor, for that inquiry insofar as our budget is concerned.
May I ask, how many existing green lane projects po in the entire country?
Your Honor, we just have to check the figures.
Can I answer that my question also?
Okay.
I think you have 212 green lane projects.
Yes.
So just imagine
Thank you, sir.
212 green lane projects being handled by 7 employees. Napaka ano po, laki pong discrepancy.
Yes po, because when the Green Lane was made into operation, what BOI did was just to utilize the existing complement of that unit, which is the Investment Assistance Center. So we appreciate po your concern, and we would really be happy if that budget for that specific unit will be augmented. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, this representation would like to manifest for an increase of the budget of BOI. I would also like to manifest my complaint, napakababa po ng budget ng DTI. Just imagine, I have been with the private sector. We used to be with the Philippine food exporters. We used to be the consolidator for Lulu hypermarkets in Dubai and for Carrefour. Napakalaki pong tulong ng SITEM sa mga Philippine food exporters. And dapat po, they should also work in tandem with the Philippine halal industry development, being part sa food exports sa mga GCC countries. Malaki pong bagay, dapat po dagdagan po natin ang budget ng SITEM and the Philippine halal industry, Mr. Chair. And napakalaki pong tulong under the leadership of Secretary Cristina Roque ang naitutulong po ng Department of Trade and Industry. Yes po, I fully support the increase of the budget of DTI. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Kong.
Thank you, Representative Ong Chuan. Next in line, DML Marlene Primicias Agabas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My dear colleagues, to the DTI family, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Ako po ay kinatawan ng ika-6 na distrito ng Pangasinan. Narinig ko po na ang pondo nga po ninyo ay maliit. Indeed, maliit nga po. Pero as the representative of my district, I just would like to ask an equitable share with that small budget that you have. Kinausap ko po ang regional director at ang provincial director kung bakit hanggang ngayon marami kaming mga gustong gawing mga proyekto na tutulong sa inyong mga programa, pero ang challenge po sa amin ay kulang daw po ng pondo. tinanong ko po ang regional director kung magkano ang pondo namin kasi itong nagdaan, mayroon pong mga nasunugan na negosyante sa amin. May pondo po tayo sa PPG, di po ba? I was told na 2024, zero ang budget ng Region 1. And then in 2025, itong taon po na ito, may budget po tayo na 2.6 million for Region 1. But again, until now, I learned from our regional director na hindi pa nare-release. So ano po ang gagawin natin doon? Maliit na nga, hindi pa na-release. At saka ano po ba ang parameters ninyo sa pag-allocate ng pondo? Bakit po ang Region 1 in 2024 ay zero ang PPG? At bakit po ngayon ang pondo lang ay 2.6 sa buong Region 1? When in fact, sa Pangasinan pa lang po, ang population na po namin ay 3.2 million.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Si Undersecretary Bless Lantayona would answer that question.
Thank you very much.
Kilala ko po kasi last budget hearing siya na naman na nakita ko yata. Until now, the same problem that we have. Hindi pa rin po tumataas ang pondo.
As to the for later release kasi kung ang ating ang PPG natin because it is an insertion and I think the fund was released only in July and then as to and that is an insertion. That is a budget insertion and that is I think care of ASECDOM, care of kay Senator Bongo and meron and then also kay Senator Speaker
Ang ibig niyo sabihin, wala kayong sariling inisyatibo dito sa pondo ng PPG. It's your program.
we have submitted it in our 2025.
Then it's your program kasi kayong may program
But then
noon.
it was not approved. It was that our proposal was not approved. And then there came the insertion.
But still, bakit kami masisira ng 2024? Would it mean to say wala rin kayong programa ng 2024 ng PPG?
Hindi po na-approve. We submitted it.
Eh, di huwag mo na lang isulat na may program pala kayo na PPG kung wala rin lamang approved na budget.
There was an insertion that was given to
But
us.
zero kami eh. That's the question. Region 1, buo, zero.
In our proposal, all regions, they have an allocation. But then when it came out, we...
So would it mean to say na may mga regions na zero, may mga regions na meron?
Opo.
Okay, I would like to, kindly please furnish us a copy.
Yes.
We would like to know kung paano po ba yung allocation ninyo sa bawat region.
Yes po.
Kasi nakakaya ho nakikita yung ibang kongresista, mayroon silang programa. Parang kami, kung wala kaming pondo, di kami yung wala. Parang hindi kami gumagala, hindi kami kumikilos. Again, to proceed, thank you very much, Congressman po. Oras po ni Congressman po to, kaya lang nag-request pa ako na mauna pa ako sa kanya. So, yung pong SSF din, this year, ang budget lang ng buong Region 1 na naman, 9 million. 12 districts po kami sa Region 1. So, ang average po na pondo ng bawat distrito, 750,000. E sino po mabibigyan nun? Eh baka kulang pa yan sa isa lang na mabibigyan na beneficiary. Buong Region 1, 9 million. Hindi po ba insulto sa region namin yon? Nabigyan nyo kami ng ganong napakaliit na pondo. Masisipag ang mga tao ninyo. Pero kahit anong gawin nilang pagsisipag na maghanap ng mga bibigyan ng pondo, wala naman kayo na-allocate sa amin. I asked them, do you have a problem with the utilization? Ma'am, wala. Baka may problema naman kayo sa COA, kako. Ma'am, wala. So ano rason bakit hindi kami makakuha? Eh we have a very long list ng mga tao na gusto mong makahingi ng tulong.
Ang pwede po namin gawin is we can talk among ourselves and we can see magkano talagang i-allocate because that time yung allocation was under, I'm 1 year pa lang po dito so hindi ko pa masyadong na-grasp yung paano yung pag-divide ng mga pondo. So, kung ganun pala may instances na ganun ang nangyayari, then mag-uusap po kami ng Undersecretary ng Regional Operations to make sure that there's pondo for everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Parang may problema po tayo sa regional operations po natin. Hindi po proper yung allocation natin. Lahat po ng Pilipino nangangailangan ng tulong ng gobyerno. Kaya pagtulong-tulungan po natin lahat. So, Sa akin pong distrito, Madam Secretary, kami po ay naghihintay na nawa ang mga programa po ninyo, knowing that is very minimal. What we are asking is just an equitable share, gaya ko nga ng sinabi ko sa inyo. Makatarungan at reasonable share din po ng aming distrito. So, we look forward na makamit po kayo o yung pong kung sino po. Maghihintay po ako sa office ko para ma-discuss po ang mga pangangailangan ng aming distrito. Again, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Honorable Congresswoman.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Congressman po, thank you very much.
Thank you, DML Agabas. Next in line, Vice Chair Brian Poe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Actually, I have to run to a meeting as well, but I wanted to take this time to really speak to DTI. One, because I really believe in the programs of DTI, in the sense that any peso that's invested into DTI goes directly towards the growth of our economy. No, kaya I saw the budget. I saw that it's been decreased. I'd like to point out for the record some programs that maybe we should take a look at, so that I can offer support to DTI this budget season. One of the ones that's very close to my heart, I've worked in the startup industry for quite some time, is the Philippine Innovation Hub. And I noticed that the funding for the Philippine Innovation Hub has been severely decreased, if not zero, this year. Is that correct, Mr. Chair? Madam Secretary? There's no allocation. So, Mr. Chair, apparently there's zero allocation for the Philippine Innovation Hub. Was there funding previously, Secretary? 100 million pesos, which we know in the startup community is not enough to fund many of the programs and innovations that we're trying to push forth. Madam Secretary, what happens to the program now that there's zero funding? The entrepreneurs that have started, what happens to them po?
Actually, for the startups, what they do now, they go to the DOST.
Directly to
Yeah,
DOST?
because the DOST has programs for startups. So for us, what we do na lang is, example, the startups need, let's say, investors, or they need avenues for them to sell their products. Then they go to the DTI. Then we find market for them, whether locally or globally. That's what we do for them. But the startups is not with us anymore because we don't have any funds for that.
Madam Secretary, if there's any way that this representation can support and help DTI grow its budget this year, I'll do my best. Whatever we can coordinate between the DTI and my office so that I can gather more research on areas where we can improve, I greatly appreciate it. Kasi kasama sa tatlong pillars ng FPJ Panday Bayanihan is food, progress, and justice. Food security, as well as jobs and livelihood, are a big fundamental core of our party list. Kaya the more programs that we can work together and support for DTI, the better. The second question is more on the point brought up by Congressman Ong Chuan regarding the halal industry. I know that globally it's a $4.5 trillion industry, and the Philippines stands to benefit greatly from this. In fact, there are a lot of investors looking at the southern part of our country to generate halal industries. Can we speak a bit more to the support that we're giving halal industries?
Yes, yeah, you're correct again. The huge potential for the halal industry is 4.5 trillion US dollars globally. And of course, locally, we also have a huge Muslim population, which is 13 million, which is more than the UAE now. For the halal, actually, what they really need is the certification, because we already have so many products. The only thing that we need is to get them certified. The problem with the certifying bodies that we have here, they don't get approved abroad. There's only one certifying body na approved abroad. So what we did now is we have a list of all the international certifying bodies. Kasi if we start now to make a certifying body, by that time, tapos na the term. So we need to use now international certifying bodies to at least get the goods out there. So we were able to get a bit of budget from Robin Padilla for the certification, because he also asked me before what did they need to use the funds for. So it's the certification. And we already have 3,000 products of the SMEs that are being sold abroad, or at least in the Middle East. So kahit pa paano, there's already an opening there. And then there's also what they need is a slaughterhouse also, which is a bit pricey, 15 million per slaughterhouse. We only have one or two that the slaughterhouse is accepted globally. So that's another thing that we really need to do.
Well, thank you for your clarification on that. The reason why I asked Madam Secretary was because I work closely with NCMF last year during the budget season, and during that time, Senator Grace Poe actually put in funding for the halal industry. Unfortunately, it didn't make it through the entire process. But we still want to continue to advocate for it because a large chunk of our constituency, or those who voted for our party list, are our Muslim brothers and sisters. So I would be remiss in not asking about the halal programs of DTI. Regardless, I think we're a little short on time, but I do want to manifest my support for your agency, Madam Secretary, and I look forward to meeting with you before we go to plenary so that I can once again support you on the floor.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
for halal, just to add more, no, we have one person who's really in the office of the secretary that's really in charge of halal, and we have two people, one who does the local and who does the global marketing or at least trade for halal. But again, naka-deadlock kami sa certification.
I'm very happy to hear that, Madam
Thank you.
Secretary. Mr. Chair, being the last to interpolate.
Not yet,
Not
Vice
yet.
Chair. Not yet.
Okay.
There's still one more.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
I'll have to yield the floor and run to my next meeting. But thank you so much for your time and patience working with us here in Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brian. Next in line, Representative Felmontes Paris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon for the DTI family. Now, for first and foremost, I would like really to commend the DTI for supporting the budget of our Cooperative Development Authority, which is my sector. And with that, I would like to manifest that I will support whatever increase or additional fund for the department. And one thing, Mr. Chair, and I would like really to have this one concern, with regards to the budget of the CDA, because I observed that almost of the Tier 2 proposal of the CDA has not been included in the proposed budget. So I would like to ask to the chair of the CDA, Jose Craquipo, on this proposed budget, on your Tier 2, do you have still something that is very important to your office, which is very crucial for the effective performance of your mandate and your functions for the development of the cooperatives? Do you have something to really tell us na may kailangan pa ba kayo idagdag o wala na?
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Yes, we would gladly be thankful and grateful if additional budget for CDA will be accommodated, Your Honor. Because of the following reasons, we would like to enhance further our assistance in terms of programs and capacity building for cooperatives entire the land. For your information, Your Honor, we already have 20,900 cooperatives as of end of the year 2024. And most of them are in the micro and small categories. This means that they need further enhancement in capacity building as well as in managing these cooperatives. Second, Your Honor, is we also pray that there will be some financial assistance to be allocated to CDA for us to assist these cooperatives I mentioned, Your Honor. And of course, our programs on incentives for mergers and consolidation of micro and small cooperatives. This move and purpose will not only lessen the number of cooperatives in the Philippines, because as per record, we have the most number of cooperatives in the whole of Southeast Asia. It would also limit the numbers and potentials of mortalities in terms of micro cooperatives. This also includes, Your Honor, the budget for the newly established region, the Negros Island region, because we have started putting our personnel in that region.
Hindi ba kasama ang NIR dito sa proposed budget?
Kasama na. Kasama na.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So, those are among many others, Your Honor. These are the things that we would like to be enhanced further for 2026. And this means more assistance, supervision, and regulation for cooperatives in the Philippines, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you with that. But then I have seen also that your capital outlay, for this 2026, and when I visited city offices in some other regions, may mga property kayo, but then dilapidated na yung iba, then the other one, may mga ino-offer na space na there must be really, the regional offices of our agency para mas conducive, at the same time, steady na sila doon, rather than palipat-lipat. So, I think in your tier 2 proposal, mayroon ba or wala? I observe, Mr. Chair, Yusek, that Region 6 Iloilo may requirement for their repair of their buildings. Region 12 may property na in-offer pero wala tayong budget for their constructions. So I think that two particular what I have known, hindi nyo ba sinama ito sa tier 2?
They have been considered, Your Honor, and we will look into our request again, so that.
So can you propose that so that we could also request our committee to include the amendments?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I would like really to emphasize your program, and I agree on your proposed program on the merger and consolidations, because you have mentioned that 20,900, almost 21,000 cooperatives.
Yes,
and ano ang composition dito? Ilan ang large, micro, small, medium, something like that? Kung mas marami itong mga small and micro, I think the agency would look into to save these small and micro cooperatives na mag-merge sila, rather than yung maliliit tapos wala namang capacity. So the point there is that kawawa or masayang lang yung mga naipon na mga resources na mga individual members, and then later on, it will die in natural death pag hindi natin matulungan. So, merging, I think, is very important, and I would like to get from your proposed amount to that, para matulungan natin. Pero practically siguro, it's more on the incentives, Bigyan natin ng incentives itong co-ops na to pag they agree and they make their cooperatives combine together via consolidation or mergers. So we will provide such program para ma-attract sila, para in due time we can save the individual members and the co-ops itself.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Yes, 65% of the total 20,000 plus are micro and small. And some of these micro and small are dying and about to close. That's why we encourage mergers and consolidation. And this is actually an ongoing program, Your Honor, and we would like this to be sustained. And once incentives will be informed to these cooperatives, I think it's going to be more encouraging to these micro and small cooperatives, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair, Yusek. Then, with that, I would like to really to manifest in this committee that a request of the agency will be considered to be included as part of the amendments of our committee, Mr. Chair. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Representative Mon Espares. Before we end, I would just like to inform the department regarding the query of Representative Ordanes earlier. He sent a letter for you regarding the jurisdiction of the DTI with regard to the purchase booklet. So I'll just give it to you later. Okay? And can we request that you kindly reply to him in via any means? So may we recognize Kong Brian Poe?
Mr. Chair, may I move that we terminate the budget briefing of the Department of Trade and Industry, including its attached agencies and corporations. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
It has been moved and seconded. The motion is carried. The budget briefing is suspended to give way to the next agency. Thank you, Your Honors, and to our colleagues from the Department of Trade and Industry for your valuable participation in today's proceedings. We likewise thank the members of the committee for their active participation. Thank you po sa inyo lahat.